Morty, science isn't for the faint of heart. If you want to discover something new, you have to take risks.
I guess you're right, Rick. So, what now?
Now, we go get a drink and forget that ever happened.
The end.
Title of episode: The Butterstick Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are enlisted by the government to investigate the mysterious disappearance of a top-secret research facility, where a team of scientists were working on a groundbreaking experiment involving the rare element radium. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth go on a couples therapy retreat, where they participate in a series of comedic skits designed to improve their relationship.
Scene 1.
Morty, we got a call from the government. They need us to investigate a missing research facility. Apparently, they were working on some high-level stuff with radium.
Oh geez, Rick, do you think it's dangerous?
Of course, it's dangerous, Morty. That's why they called me the smartest man in the universe.
Scene 2.
Do we really need couples therapy, Beth? I mean, we're doing just fine.
Yes, Jerry. We can always improve our relationship. Plus, I heard they have some really funny skits.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty arrive at the missing facility and find a computer screen with a black dot on its side and a white dot on the screen that says Butterstick.
What the hell is this, Morty? Some kind of butter-based technology?
I don't know, Rick, but it looks important.
Scene 4.
Beth and Jerry participate in a skit called The Robot Marriage, where they play a husband and wife whose bodies are fused with robotic parts. Chaos ensues as they struggle to communicate with each other.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty discover that the radium experiment has gone wrong and created a portal to another dimension, where a group of aliens have entered our world and caused the disappearance of the research team.
Morty, we need to close this portal before those aliens do any more damage.
What can we do, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but I'm sure I'll think of something.
Scene 6.
Beth and Jerry participate in a skit called The Time-Traveling Divorce, where they play a couple who go back in time to fix their relationship but end up causing more problems than they solve.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty devise a plan to use the butter technology from the computer screen to create a device that will close the portal. They call it the Butterstick device.
Alright, Morty, let's get to work. We're going to need some butter and a soldering iron.
Scene 8.
Beth and Jerry participate in a skit called The Relationship Quiz, where they answer a series of questions about their relationship. It quickly turns into a heated argument.
Scene 9.
Rick and Morty successfully close the portal and prevent the aliens from causing any more damage. They are hailed as heroes by the government.
Government official, Rick and Morty, you have saved our world from destruction. We owe you a great debt.
No need to thank us. It's all in a day's work for the smartest man in the universe.
Scene 10.
Beth and Jerry leave the therapy retreat feeling closer than ever. They reflect on their experience and the skits they participated in.
I can't believe how much fun we had. Who knew comedy could be so therapeutic?
Yeah, maybe we should do this again sometime. Overall, The Butterstick Experiment is a hilarious and chaotic episode that blends science fiction and comedy in true Rick and Morty fashion.
Title: The Quantum Flux of Emotional Turbulence.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty tinkering with an interdimensional portal gun and discussing the complexities of quantum mechanics.
Morty, the quantum flux of these interdimensional portals is causing a rift in the time-space continuum. We need to adjust the calibration chamber before anything goes haywire.
Geez, Rick, can't we just take a break? It feels like we've been at this for hours.
Nonsense, Morty. Science doesn't stop for breaks. Now hand me that lucidium crystal and let's get to work.
Suddenly, a transmission comes through the portal, interrupting their work. Rick, Morty, can you hear me?
What do you want, Jerry? Busy with important science here.
It's Beth. She's gone missing and I can't find her anywhere.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Alright, Jerry, we'll get on it. Just let us finish up here.
As Rick and Morty jump through the portal to find Beth, they come across a woman with white hair and a purple jacket sitting on the sidewalk and talking on a cell phone.
Woman, I told you, Susan, I don't have time for mundanities. I'm busy reconstructing the molecular structure of the universe.
Hey, you there. Have you seen our daughter?
Woman, the concept of daughterhood is but a mere cultural construct perpetuated by societal norms. However, I did witness a female organism with similar genetic coding to yours attempting to harmonize with a sonic frequency pattern at the nearby convivial gathering spot.
What?
Let's just go to the convivial gathering spot.
As they arrive at the gathering spot, they see Beth standing on stage, holding a microphone and singing to a teary-eyed Jerry.
I know I messed up. I know I was wrong. But can we please rewind and move along? I'll make it up to you, just give me a chance. I'll even cook you dinner and give you a dance. Oh, Jerry, my love for you is true. Please don't be mad, I'm still in love with you.
Oh God, we don't have time for this sentimentality.
What's the plan, Rick?
Simple. We'll just use the quantum destabilizer to extract the emotional turmoil from Jerry's brain and convert it into kinetic energy.
Won't that be dangerous?
EFT. Danger is my middle name, Morty. Actually, it's Maurice, but that's besides the point.
As Rick and Morty begin to execute their plan, chaos ensues. The quantum flux gets unstable, causing a wormhole to burst open and a parade of interdimensional beings to enter the scene.
Interdimensional beings, we are the overlords of the quantum realm, and we demand your submission.
Oh great, just what we needed.
What do we do now?
We improvise, Morty, we improvise.
As Rick creates an impromptu weapon out of a toaster and a piece of gum, he charges towards the interdimensional beings, shouting a battle cry.
For science.
The ensuing battle is a blur of lasers, explosions, and witty one-liners. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully defeat the overlords and extract the emotional turmoil from Jerry's brain, turning it into a harmless ball of energy. Wow, I feel so much better. Beth, I forgive you.
Oh, Jerry, I'm so glad.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty closing the wormhole and returning back to their lab. As they take a breather, Rick turns to Morty with a grin.
Told you Danger was my middle name.
You said it was Maurice.
Quiet, Morty.
Title: Popcorn Ovaries.
Opening scene, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are in the living room watching TV. A pile of popcorn sits on the table next to a pile of chips on a plate with a fork.
Morty, hand me the remote. I want to watch some interdimensional TV.
Can we at least finish the popcorn first?
Yeah, and the chips too. I don't want them to feel left out.
Left out? Chips aren't even alive, Jerry.
Wait, but popcorn is made from kernels, right? So technically, it could have ovaries.
Morty, you may be onto something there. Let's find out.
Scientific experiment scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry shrink down to microscopic size and enter the popcorn pile.
I'm detecting some interesting ovarian activity here, Morty. We need to collect some samples for analysis.
Rick, I don't think we should be messing with popcorn ovaries. It could have some unforeseen consequences.
Yeah, let's just leave it alone and go back to watching TV.
You two are no fun. I'm going to conduct some experiments on these ovaries and see what happens.
Crazy experiment scene. Rick performs a series of insane experiments on the popcorn ovaries, causing them to multiply and mutate.
Rick, I don't like the look of this. The popcorn is taking over the lab.
I knew this was a bad idea. Now we're going to be overrun by popcorn.
Nonsense. This is all part of the experiment. Have some faith in science, Jerry.
Climactic scene. The mutated popcorn ovaries take over the lab and threaten to engulf Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Alright, time to use that emergency escape portal I installed in the ceiling.
What emergency escape portal?
The one I just installed. Hold on tight.
The trio is sucked up through the portal and spat out into space. That was insane. I can't believe we almost got killed by popcorn.
Relax, Jerry. It's all in the name of science. And besides, we got some valuable data out of this experiment.
Yeah, but at what cost? We almost got turned into popcorn ourselves.
Hey, minor details. Now let's get some pizza and forget this ever happened.
Closing scene. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are back in the living room watching TV with a fresh pile of pizza on the table.
You know, I think we learned something valuable from our experiment today.
What's that?
Never underestimate the power of popcorn ovaries.
End credits.
Title: The Scientific Analysis of a Cheated Husband's Emotions.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate the emotional state of Jerry, a man who recently found out that his partner Beth cheated on him. Utilizing scientific methods and theories of emotional regulation, we examine the effectiveness of Beth's attempt to soothe Jerry through a self-composed song. Through a content analysis of the song and an observation of Jerry's responses, we provide insights into how interpersonal emotions are expressed and regulated.
Introduction. Jerry, a middle-aged man with curly hair, was recently informed by his partner Beth that she had cheated on him. In response, Beth composed a song in an attempt to soothe Jerry's emotions. The aim of this study is to analyze the effectiveness of Beth's song in regulating Jerry's emotions.
Method. We employed a content analysis method to examine the text of Beth's song. We also used an observational method to record Jerry's responses to the song. Our analysis was based on established theories of emotional regulation.
Results. Beth's song consisted of 10 lines, in which she expressed remorse for her actions and begged for Jerry's forgiveness. The lyrics were structured in a way that emphasized repetition and apology. The stanzas were separated by instrumental music, which created a calming effect. Jerry's responses to the song were a mix of sadness, anger, and confusion. He appeared somewhat soothed during the instrumental interludes but became agitated during the lyrics. He did not seem to fully accept the apologies in the song, indicating that Beth's attempts at emotional regulation were not fully successful.
Discussion. This episode provides insights into how interpersonal emotions are expressed and regulated. Beth's song was an attempt to regulate Jerry's emotions by expressing remorse and asking for forgiveness. However, Jerry's responses suggest that he was not fully soothed by the song. The repetitive and apologetic structure of the song may have actually emphasized the wrongfulness of Beth's actions, leading to further negative emotions in Jerry. Future research on emotional regulation in interpersonal relationships should consider the nuances of expression and the effects of communication structure on emotional outcomes.
Conclusion: through this scientific analysis of the emotional responses of a cheated husband, we can conclude that interpersonal emotions are complex and cannot be regulated solely through verbal communication. Future research should consider the effects of various communication methods and structures on emotion regulation in interpersonal relationships.
Title: The Love Potion Catastrophe.
Opening scene, Rick and Summer are tinkering with a love potion, while Morty is playing with his pogs.
Summer, you do realize that a love potion can have severe consequences, right? You shouldn't mess around with love like that.
Oh, come on, Grandpa Rick. It's just for fun. Besides, I made it for Macho Man Randy Savage to fall in love with me.
Morty overhears and gets excited.
Whoa, can I try some?
Summer hands the love potion to Morty and warns him that it can have unpredictable effects.
Hey, what's the worst that can happen?
He chugs the love potion and immediately falls to the ground, clutching his chest.
Ooh, yeah, I'm in love with Summer.
What have you done? Now he's talking like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Well, that's the least of your worries. The love potion is a potent mixture of dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin that alters the brain's chemistry. It could have negative consequences on Morty's mental and physical state.
I want to be with Summer forever. Ooh, yeah.
This is getting creepy. How do we reverse the effects?
We need to neutralize the love potion with an antidote made from a rare flower found only in the Andromeda Galaxy.
I don't care where it comes from. I just want to be with my Summer.
The trio boards the spaceship and flies to the Andromeda Galaxy, where they encounter an alien species guarding the flower.
Alien, who dares disturb the peace of our galaxy?
We're just here to pick a flower. Mind your own business.
The alien attacks them and a space battle ensues. Morty flies the spaceship while Summer shoots lasers, and Rick hacks into the alien's computer system to find the location of the flower.
Got it. It's on the other side of the planet. Hang tight.
Don't worry, guys. I will protect you with all my heart.
Please, Morty, snap out of it.
They retrieve the flower and make the antidote.
Quick, Morty, drink this.
Morty gulps down the antidote, and his love for Summer fades away.
Thank God, that's over. I don't ever want to feel that way again.
Lesson learned. No more love potions.
I think we can all agree that love is a chemical reaction in the brain and not something to be messed with.
The episode ends with a shot of the trio back home watching the firework tower in silence, contemplating their lessons learned. End scene.
Title: Reproductive Sciences in Morty's Classroom.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on a group of children sitting at desks in a classroom, with notebooks and pens in their hands, and pencils in their hands. Rick walks in, wearing a lab coat, carrying a briefcase with various scientific equipment, and greets the class.
Hello, students. Today, we're going to be talking about the science behind reproduction and the miracles of life.
Rick, this is just a regular classroom.
Shut up, Morty. Today's lesson is about human reproduction, and I won't accept any interruptions from a fart like you.
Rick, I don't think this is appropriate for kids to learn.
Jerry, you're just jealous because you're shooting blanks.
Let's just get on with the lesson, Rick.
Scene 1.
Rick starts the class by showing a presentation with various diagrams and charts, explaining the reproductive systems of males and females.
Ew, this is gross.
Correction, Summer. This is the miracle of life. Without human reproduction, your existence wouldn't be possible.
But Rick, how does human reproduction actually work?
Well, Morty, it involves a complex series of events. Firstly, the male needs to produce sperm, which are specialized cells that carry genetic information. Then, the sperm needs to swim through the female reproductive tract, where they may encounter obstacles such as cervical mucus.
That sounds difficult.
Relax, Jerry. Nature has a solution for everything. The sperm can use their tails to wiggle past the mucus and reach the egg.
And then what happens?
The sperm is lucky enough to reach the egg. They can fuse together in a process called fertilization. The resulting zygote will then divide and develop into an embryo, which will eventually grow into a fetus.
Scene 2.
As Rick is explaining the final stages of pregnancy, the classroom starts to shake.
Rick, what's happening?
It looks like we're being sucked into a black hole, Morty. Hold on to your butts.
The classroom is suddenly transported into a parallel universe, where the laws of physics are drastically different. What is this place?
It's a universe with no sperm or eggs, Jerry. Reproduction works differently here.
The class looks around and sees strange creatures that resemble blobs of jelly, floating around in the air.
Is that what they look like here?
Indeed, Summer. These creatures reproduce asexually, which means that they can create offspring without the need for a partner. It's a fascinating process.
But Rick, how do they have genetic diversity?
They use a process called horizontal gene transfer, Morty. It's a way for them to swap bits of genetic information with other creatures and create new variations.
This is all so strange.
Scene 3.
The class is suddenly transported back to their original universe, but with a twist. Why is everything so big?
I must have accidentally shrunk us all, Jerry. My bad.
Rick, how are we going to fix this?
Simple. We just need to reverse the shrinking process by...
Suddenly, the classroom is enveloped in a cloud of gas.
Oh no, Rick. I think we're inhaling toxic fumes.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a solution.
Rick pulls out a device from his briefcase and beams a ray of light at the gas, which dissolves it instantly.
Thank goodness for you, Rick.
No need to thank me, Beth. I do science because I love it.
This has been the craziest science class ever.
Agreed, Jerry. And remember, kids, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to scientific wonders. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered.
The class cheers as Rick packs up his equipment and leaves the classroom. The camera pans out as the children continue to chat excitedly about the lesson, and the credits roll.
Title: The Balloon Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment with a helium-filled balloon in their lab. They observe the balloon rising due to the gas lower density than air.
Morty. This experiment illustrates the principle of buoyancy, which states that an object immersed in a fluid experiences an upward force equal to the weight of the fluid it displaces.
Wow, that's so science. Why, Rick? I feel like a real scientist now.
Suddenly, the balloon pops and the air rushes out towards the couch where Jerry is sitting. Hey, what the heck? You guys popped my balloon. Morty notices Jerry's arm movements and realizes what he's doing.
Oh my God, Jerry. What are you doing with that gherkin?
Well, Morty, you caught me. I was just, experimenting with my biology.
Jerry, you're disgusting. But now Morty's science curiosity is piqued. He won't stop talking about Pickle Rick for days.
Rick, I can't help it. The human reproductive system is a complex and fascinating subject.
Fine, Morty. Go ahead and do your little science project. But don't blame me when Summer walks in and catches you.
Morty begins his research on human anatomy and reproductive biology, and soon becomes obsessed with the subject. He even starts conducting experiments on himself.
Rick, I discovered a new gland in the male reproductive system. I'm going to name it the Gherkinion.
Morty, you're getting too deep into this. You need to come up for air before you get lost in the Gherkinion.
But Rick, this is groundbreaking research. I could revolutionize the field of reproductive biology.
You're not a real scientist, Morty. You're just a kid with a weird fascination for, well, you know the rest.
No, Rick, I am a scientist, and I'm going to prove it to you.
Morty sets out to prove his scientific prowess by conducting a dangerous and ill-advised experiment involving Jerry's gherkin and a balloon. The experiment goes terribly wrong, and the lab explodes.
Morty, you're lucky you didn't lose an eye or worse. I hope you learned your lesson about playing with balloons and gherkins.
Yes, Rick, I did learn my lesson. Science is great, but safety comes first.
Hey, can I have my gherkin back now?
Jerry, just go home and take a cold shower or something.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty watching as Jerry leaves, their balloon experiment long forgotten amidst their wacky scientific shenanigans.
Burping. Morty, let's do some science.
Oh boy, I don't know, Rick. Last time we did science, we ended up in a universe where everyone was made of pizza.
Laughing. Exactly, Morty. And this time we're gonna do some stuff that will make that pizza universe look like child's play.
Entering the living room. Hey guys, what's up?
Listen, Summer. We need you to go to the store and pick up some hydrogen. We gotta build something cool.
Sarcastically, oh, so you want me to go to the store and pick up some hydrogen? Like it's just laying around.
Serious tone. Yes, exactly, Summer. We need it for science.
Whispering to Rick, I don't think you can just buy hydrogen at the store.
Whispering back to Morty. Shut up, Morty. We'll figure it out.
Entering the living room. Hey, has anyone seen Jerry?
Smiling mischievously, nope, haven't seen him all day.
Sarcastically. Oh no, where could he be?
Whispering to Summer, I think Jerry's in the living room, if you catch my drift.
Laughing, oh gross.
Breathing heavily, entering the living room. Hey guys, what's up?
Sarcastically. Oh, just some cool science stuff, Jerry. Don't mind us.
Sweating profusely. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna go sit on the purple couch and not do anything weird.
Smiling slyly. Sure thing, honey. Whispering to Rick. Hey Rick, I gotta go see my veterinarian lover. Can you cover for me?
Nodding. I got you covered. go get some of that animal Dr. Love.
Exiting the living room, thanks Rick.
Laughing. Oh man, Mom's gonna get it.
Looking at the purple couch. Guys, Jerry's he's doing something weird.
Moaning loudly. Oh yeah, this is the best day ever.
Laughing. Oh Jerry, you're a scientist in your own way.
The end.
Title: The Green-Haired Paradox.
Abstract. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the implications of identity formation and naming conventions. Morty, the son of Beth and Jerry, decides to legally change his name to Longball Fart Dick and insists on referring to himself in the third person. This behavior prompts an investigation into the psychological and social factors that contribute to the creation and maintenance of identity.
Act 1.
Morty, what the hell is wrong with you? Why did you change your name to Longball Fart Dick?
Longball Fart Dick thinks it's a cool name, Rick. Longball Fart Dick stands by his decision.
Well, Longball Fart Dick needs to think about the consequences of his actions. You can't just change your name to something like that without considering the impact on your social interactions and legal documents.
Longball Fart Dick doesn't care about that stuff, Rick. Longball Fart Dick lives in the moment.
Act 2.
Did you hear? Morty changed his name to Longball Fart Dick.
What? That's ridiculous. Morty needs to change it back immediately.
I don't know, guys. Longball Fart Dick has a certain ring to it.
Summer, don't encourage him. It's not a healthy way to express oneself.
Act 3.
Morty, we need to fix this. Your name is causing too much chaos and confusion.
Longball Fart Dick doesn't understand why everyone is making such a big deal out of it.
That's because Longball Fart Dick is creating a paradox, Morty. Your name is both the cause and effect of your behavior. It's a self-referential loop that will only lead to madness and existential dread.
Act 4.
Hey, Longball Fart Dick, do you want to hang out?
Longball Fart Dick. Sure thing, Summer. Longball Fart Dick is always up for a good time. Morty, what happened to your old name? Longball Fart Dick. Longball Fart Dick doesn't remember. Longball Fart Dick only knows himself as Longball Fart Dick now.
This is getting out of hand. We need to find a way to break the paradox and restore Morty's true identity.
Act 5.
I've got it. We can use a quantum entanglement device to link Morty's current name with his original name. That way, they'll both exist simultaneously and cancel out the paradox.
Longball Fart Dick trusts you, Rick. Let's do it.
Oh, thank goodness. I can't handle any more of Longball Fart Dick.
Epilogue.
Wow, it feels weird to be Morty again. Longball Fart Dick was fun, but Morty is who I really am.
That's the beauty of identity, Morty. It's not something you can change on a whim. It's a complex interplay of personal and social factors that shape who we are.
I'm just glad we can finally go back to normal now.
Yeah, but let's not forget the good times we had with Longball Fart Dick.
Speak for yourself, Summer. I'm still trying to erase that image from my mind.
Title: The Scientific Salaries of Subspace Shenanigans.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to subspace, with the help of a peculiar new house guest, Mr. Puastic III. As they explore the depths of subspace, they encounter a unique species of green mushrooms with red eyes and blue dresses, which they nickname Mushy Buddies. Chaos ensues as the Mushy Buddies reveal their ability to control space-time and teleport anything they desire, including the Smith family home.
1. Come on, Morty, don't be such a noob. We're going on a scientific journey to subspace, with or without your boo-hooing.
2. But what if we get lost and never come back, Rick?
3. Morty, we're geniuses. Getting lost is just another word for discovering the unknown. Now let's get moving before I get bored.
4. Mr. Puastic III. Excuse me, good sirs. I couldn't help but overhear your taste for adventure. May I accompany you on your journey?
5. Who the hell are you?
6. Mr. Puastic III. Ah, how rude of me. My name is Mr. Puastic III, from across the pond in Britain. I am an esteemed scientist and quite the adventurer myself.
7. I don't know, Rick. He looks pretty weird.
8. Morty, don't be a shallow-minded bigot. We're all about science here. Let's go, Mr. Puastic III.
9. Mushy Buddy. Hello, Rick and Morty. We have been expecting you. Welcome to subspace.
10. Well, hello mushy buddies. You guys look like fun. What do you say we have a little space-time manipulation party? First round's on me.
Scientific PhD level episode of Rick and the Lunar Transmutation Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty teleporting to a desert on the moon, where they come across a man and a little girl standing under the full moon with a bird flying overhead. Rick, intrigued by this unusual sight, decides to investigate and realizes that the man is conducting a top-secret lunar transmutation experiment.
Morty, this is a groundbreaking discovery. I need to get my hands on that transmutation device.
But, Rick, what if it's dangerous? We don't even know what kind of experiment he's conducting.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth is having an affair with her veterinarian while Jerry, oblivious to her actions, discovers her absence and indulges in a lonely act of self-gratification. However, as the lunar transmutation experiment begins to escalate out of control, their worlds collide as Rick and Morty frantically try to stop the transmutation process. What the hell is going on? Why is the moon changing colors?
Oh my god, what did you do, Rick?
Relax, Beth, it's just a little experiment. And Morty, be a pal and hand me that neutron destabilizer.
Rick, I don't think that's going to help.
As chaos ensues, Rick and Morty must navigate through a series of hilarious mishaps and close calls to save the world from the lunar transmutation experiment, all while Jerry tries to hide his embarrassment from Beth and Beth struggles to come to terms with the guilt of her affair.
Jerry, how could you? And with the neighbor's cat, no less?
It's not what it looks like, Beth. I was just experimenting. In the end, the lunar transmutation experiment is successfully stopped, but not without some major consequences for the characters involved.
Rick, that was crazy. But, what do we do now?
Well, Morty, I think we've learned a valuable lesson today. Always wear sunscreen on the moon.
And with that, the episode comes to a close, leaving viewers with a newfound appreciation for the absurdity and brilliance that is Rick and Morty.
Title: The Acidic Adventure of Morty and Sergei 64 inches.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty in the garage. Rick is tinkering with a new invention while Morty is playing with a purple smiley face toy. Suddenly, the toy's eyes turn yellow and a green light envelops it.
Morty, put that down. It's a hyperdimensional smiley face. It could cause a catastrophic breakdown in reality if mishandled.
Oh man, that's heavy. Can we make it light?
No, Morty, we need to contain it.
The scene cuts to Morty and Sergei 64 sitting in Morty's room. Sergei 64 hands Morty a tab of acid and they each take one. Suddenly, Morty's eyes widen and he starts screaming incoherently.
Germa fenchtuppy, blibble blabble fleep floop.
Sergei 64, Morty, you okay, man?
I'm ein averter all ideally. Ah!
Sergei 64, dude, this is some gnarly stuff. I'm starting to see purple elephants.
Morty and Sergei 64 stumble out of Morty's room and into the living room, where they encounter a portal.
Oh man, a portal. This must be the way out of the virtual idiocy.
Sergei 64, I think we should go through it, man. It could be a new dimension or something.
Alright, let's go.
They both jump through the portal and find themselves in a strange, colorful world.
Whoa, dude, this place is trippy.
Sergei 64, look at those chickens over there, they're dancing.
Ha ha, those silly chickens.
Suddenly, the hyperdimensional smiley face appears before them.
Hyperdimensional smiley face. Greetings, travelers. I am Zorblax, ruler of the multiversal smileys.
Whoa, it talks.
Zorblax, indeed. I have sensed the energy of the hyperdimensional smiley in your possession. It is a rare artifact that can unlock untold power.
Sergei 64, whoa dude, that's heavy.
Zorblax, however, it is not to be taken lightly. Improper usage can have dire consequences.
Like what?
Zorblax, like the collapse of the multiverse. Do not treat this lightly.
Morty and Sergei 64 nod in agreement.
Zorblax, but enough chatter. Let us have some fun.
The scene cuts to Rick in the garage, still tinkering with his invention. Suddenly, the garage door bursts open and Morty and Sergei 64 stumble in, still tripping.
What the hell happened to you guys?
We met Zorblax, ruler of the multiversal smileys, and we had the best time ever.
Rick looks at them skeptically.
Right, okay, Morty, just get some rest and try not to implode reality with that stupid toy.
Got it, Rick. Zorblax said to be careful with it or we'd collapse everything.
Rick stares at the toy for a few seconds before facepalming.
Oh, for the love of.
End credits roll with Morty and Sergei 64 passed out on the living room floor, surrounded by psychedelic chicken dancing.
Title: The Yellow Skies and Prehistoric Tornadoes of Scientific Discovery.
Opening shot. A drawing of a mountain with a yellow sky in the background and a bird flying over it.
Morty, today we're going to take a deep dive into the science of prehistoric weather patterns.
Okay, Rick, but why are the skies yellow?
It's a rare atmospheric reaction caused by the nearby volcano, Morty. Now buckle up, we're about to go back in time.
Spatial rift opens and the Smith family is transported to prehistoric times. Oh boy, this is incredible. Wait, why are there drawings of tornadoes near the volcano?
Jerry, that's not just any tornado. Based on the drawings, it appears to be a prehistoric supercell.
Precisely, Summer, and it's our job to study it in order to better understand the evolution of severe weather patterns.
Rick, the tornado is getting closer and there's lava spewing everywhere.
Don't worry, Morty, we'll just have to navigate through it like true scientists.
Chaos ensues as the team tries to outrun the prehistoric tornado while avoiding the spewing lava. I can't believe we're surviving this. This is like some sort of twisted Jurassic Park.
Jerry, focus. We're collecting data on the prehistoric supercell.
That's right, Summer. We need to gather readings on the wind speeds and atmospheric pressure in order to fully understand this natural phenomenon.
Oh, guys, the tornado is getting even bigger.
It's fine, Morty. We just need to document the data and analyze it back in our dimension.
Spatial rift opens and the Smith family escapes back to their own time. Wow, that was insane. I never realized prehistoric science could be so thrilling.
Just wait until we analyze the readings, Jerry. We could be on the brink of a groundbreaking discovery.
Another successful scientific adventure with the Smith family. Now, who's ready for some interdimensional booze?
Closing shot. A drawing of the prehistoric tornado near the Mountain of Fire.
Title: The Arrow of Time and Brawley's Pursuit.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a complex time machine, attempting to manipulate the laws of physics to travel back in time and prevent the events of a past adventure. Jerry wanders in and begins to annoy Rick with attempts at scientific jargon, to which Rick responds by shutting him down and calling him Science Jerry. Summer enters and joins in on the experiment, much to Rick's annoyance.
Suddenly, a cartoon character with green arrows and a red shirt on bursts into the lab, running through the air with his arms out. Rick recognizes him as Speedy Gonzalez and tries to calm him down, but Speedy informs the group that he is being pursued by Brawley, the legendary Super Saiyan.
The episode then turns into a wild chase through different dimensions and timelines, with the group attempting to evade Brawley while also dealing with the unpredictable effects of their time machine. The humor in the episode comes from the ridiculous scenarios and oddball characters that the group encounter during their journey. At one point, Morty accidentally turns himself into a pickle and has to navigate a dangerous brine-filled universe to reunite with the rest of the group. Summer finds herself in a bizarre world where talking dogs rule over humans, and Jerry gets trapped in a time loop that forces him to endlessly relive a mundane task. Throughout the episode, the group's scientific knowledge is put to the test as they attempt to outsmart Brawley's brute strength with creative thinking and out-of-the-box solutions. In the end, they are able to outwit Brawley by using a complex combination of quantum mechanics and portal technology. The episode concludes with the group returning to their own timeline, tired and battered but triumphant. Rick reflects on the wild journey and solemnly declares, "Science is a harsh mistress, but she sure knows how to have a good time."
This timey-wimey crap is making my brain hurt.
I know, Rick. It's like we're trying to turn a square into a circle.
Actually, if you apply the principles of quantum mechanics.
Shut up, Science Jerry.
Wait, who's that running towards us?
Speedy Gonzalez. Ay caramba, you gotta help me, amigos. Brawley is after me.
Brawley, that's it. I'm out of here.
But Rick, we have to help Speedy.
Fine, but you two better not slow me down.
This is so exciting. I can't wait to see what other dimensions we'll encounter.
Yes, let's, expand our understanding of the universe.
Oh no, I turned myself into a pickle.
Damn it, Morty, we don't have time for your pickle hijinks.
Brawley, you can't escape me, puny humans.
Why is everything turning into a musical?
I think I'm stuck in a time loop.
Just keep dancing, Jerry. It's the only way to survive.
I think I just invented a new type of math.
Great. Add it to the pile of useless crap we've collected today.
Rolly, I am the ultimate power in the universe.
Not if I quantum leap you into a black hole, you overgrown broccoli.
We're alive. We made it back to our own timeline.
I'm so glad we embarked on this journey of discovery.
Speak for yourself, Science Jerry. My liver needs a drink.
Title: The Sockham Strike Again, a tale of small men and big conspiracies.
Opening scene, the camera pans across a building with dozens of American flags fluttering on its sides, with a looming clock tower in the distance. Suddenly, a group of small men, armed with oversized Sockham boppers, attack the Capitol Hill.
Morty, grab your portal gun. This is going to be one hell of a ride.
But Rick, why are these guys attacking the Capitol with toys? Isn't that kind of lame?
Morty, don't underestimate the power of childhood nostalgia. These Sockham boppers are more dangerous than you think.
What are you guys talking about? Who are these Sockham people? And why are they attacking the Capitol?
Yeah, Rick, I agree with Summer. This seems kind of trivial. Why are we even getting involved?
Because, Jerry, the universe is full of conspiracies and we've got bigger fish to fry. These small men are just a part of it.
What is the conspiracy then, Rick? What are they trying to do?
It's all connected, Morty. These Sockham people are just pawns in a much larger game. We need to find out who's behind this and stop them before it's too late.
Stop them from what, Rick?
Stop them from, oh, you know what? I have no clue, but it's definitely bad news.
So let me get this straight. We're going to fight a bunch of guys with inflatable toys who may or may not be part of a bigger conspiracy, without knowing what that conspiracy is.
Yup, pretty much.
This is insane, but I guess that's just a typical day with Rick and Morty.
The scene ends with the team charging towards the Capitol, ready to take on the Sockham boppers and whatever other dangers lay in their path.
Title: Understanding the Power of Mind Control Through Food and Media.
Synopsis: In this episode, a man, John, is sitting in a chair in front of a giant ball of food and a tray with a cat. The goal is to explore the interaction between food, media, and the human mind. They use ice cream as a model to explain how the media and propaganda can manipulate human behavior and convince people to consume harmful or unnecessary products.
John, I find it fascinating how the media can influence what we eat and how much of it we consume.
Expert 1. Indeed, it is one of the most powerful and effective means of control. The subliminal messages embedded in adverts can dictate our choices without us even realizing it.
Expert 2, and food plays an important role in this as well. The texture, color, and smell of a particular food can trigger our brain and influence our cravings.
John, but how does this work with ice cream?
Expert 3. Well, John, ice cream is loaded with sugar, fat, and flavorings that our brains find irresistible. And the media reinforces this craving by bombarding us with advertisements and product placements.
Expert 4. This creates a vicious cycle, where we consume more and more unhealthy food, which can lead to adverse health effects.
John, so, how do we break this cycle of mind control through food and media?
Expert 5. The first step is to be aware of the tactics used by the media and the food industry. We need to learn how to read between the lines and distinguish between real information and propaganda.
Expert 6. And we need to make educated and conscious choices when it comes to the food we consume. We should aim for a balanced and healthy diet and avoid falling into the trap of instant gratification.
John, thanks for enlightening me on this topic. I think it's time to put the ice cream down and make some wiser choices.
Expert 7. Good idea, John. Remember, knowledge is power, and with the right information, we can take control of our lives and make healthier choices.
Title: The Chaos Theory of P-dove Infestation in the Rio de Janeiro Ecosystem.
Act 1.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty located in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, analyzing the strange behavior exhibited by a flock of birds standing on top of a body of water next to a grass-covered field and another body of water. Rick suggests that this is part of a complex chaotic system, and the birds' behavior is part of a delicate and intricate web that can be easily broken. Suddenly, a swarm of Red Bull P-doves attacks the area, further destabilizing the ecosystem. Morty is terrified, and Rick suggests they move quickly to find the source of this infestation.
Morty, brace yourself. We're entering one of the most complex and deadly ecosystems in the universe. The Rio de Janeiro.
Terrified. Rick, what do we do?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty soon discover that the Red Bull P-doves are feeding on genetically modified avocados that were discarded on the beach and ordered from the USA. They try to cure the mutant P-doves by creating a serum using the elements that create the chaos in the ecosystem, but instead, they create a super intelligent version of the mutant bird that possess a keen sense of humor and pranks the duo.
What have you got there, Morty?
It's a serum to cure the P-doves, Rick. I used the elements of chaos and instability.
The serum causes the P-doves to split and divide.
P-doves, what's up, guys? You thought you could cure us with this out-of-hand solution? Boy, do we have a surprise for you.
Act 3.
The battle between Rick and Morty against the mutant Red Bull P-doves takes an unexpected turn with Red Bull P-doves' hijinks playing out throughout the fight. The chaos in the ecosystem worsens, and soon, the duo is surrounded.
Morty, look, the P-doves use humor and logic to make themselves smarter, but they're also making the ecosystem even more unstable. We have to use their logic against them.
How do we do that, Rick?
Just humor them, Morty. We have to make them laugh.
Epilogue.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully defeat the Red Bull P-doves by making them laugh uncontrollably using jokes and puns. The Red Bull P-doves finally collapse, and the ecosystem starts to stabilize. Rick and Morty then escape to another dimension as the Rio de Janeiro falls back into its natural state.
That was close, Morty. We need a break now. This makes sense why, on.
They have a lot of weird things in the universe, Rick.
Things that make you go,
Title: The Hadeen Experiment. Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer enter a large room with a green carpet and a green table in the center of it. The table has a circular window that overlooks a fiery primordial Earth.
Alright, Morty. Today we're gonna do some prehistoric science. We're going back to the Hadeen era, baby.
But Rick, isn't the Hadeen era known for being extremely violent and inhospitable?
That's why it's the perfect place to conduct our experiment. Now, hand me the quantum portal gun.
Wait, what experiment? Shouldn't we have some sort of plan?
Don't worry, Jerry. I got it all under control. Now, let's go.
They all step into the quantum portal and emerge in the Hadeen era. They're surrounded by molten lava and volcanoes erupting in the distance.
Oh man, this place is insane.
Is this even safe? I feel like we're gonna get burned alive.
Relax, Summer. Just remember what I taught you guys about thermodynamics and you'll be fine.
Suddenly, a tribe of primitive cave people approach them. They look confused and scared.
Prehistoric science, Rick? I don't think we should be here. These people are gonna kill us.
Nonsense, Morty. Just act natural. We'll blend in and observe their behavior.
As they observe the cave people, they notice some strange anomalies in their DNA. Rick realizes that they have accidentally interfered with their natural evolution and introduces some advanced technology to improve their genetics. What are you doing, Rick? You're gonna change the course of human history.
Relax, Jerry. I'm just giving them a little boost. It's for science.
After injecting the cave people with the advanced technology, they start to rapidly evolve. Their brains start to expand, their limbs grow longer and more agile, and they start to communicate in a more advanced language.
See, Morty, we just made history. We're like the Adam and Eve of these guys.
But Rick, what about the butterfly effect? Who knows what kind of consequences this will have in the future?
Oh, don't worry about that, Summer. I'm sure everything will be fine.
They all step back into the quantum portal and emerge back in their original room. Well, I guess that was a success. But what do we do now?
Well, I suppose we could always go back in time and see what kind of impact we had on their civilization.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds kinda dangerous.
Oh, come on, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
The screen fades to black as the group steps back into the quantum portal and disappears into the unknown.
Title: The Case of the Truck Driver's Revenge.
The episode begins with the Smith family driving down the road in their car. Beth is taking everyone to a family camping trip on a nearby forested hill. On the way, they encounter a large semi-truck driving erratically and nearly crashing into their car. Morty exclaims in fear, "Whoa, who's driving that thing?" Rick takes notice of the truck and exclaims, "Aw, that driver's probably just hopped up on some form of interdimensional drugs." As the Smith family sets up their campsite, the truck driver pulls up and confronts Rick. "You ruined my transport business. You owe me $1 million interdimensional dollars." The driver exclaims, pointing to the destroyed remnants of his transport vehicle. Rick smirks, "I'm sorry, but I don't think interdimensional dollars are real." Just then, Phoenix Wright appears, ready to defend Rick in the lawsuit brought forth by the truck driver. Phoenix Wright, Rick and Morty team up to investigate the cause of the truck accident and find that the driver had been hallucinating due to an interdimensional fungus that contaminated his cargo. Beth, Summer, and Jerry go on a quest to find the antidote for the fungus, which includes a series of dangerous challenges and encounters. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to create an antidote to cure the truck driver's hallucinations. After successfully curing the truck driver, the Smith family and Phoenix Wright present their evidence in court. Phoenix Wright delivers a scorching argument that not only clears Rick's name but also helps the truck driver receive compensation for his destroyed cargo. In the end, the Smith family concludes their camping trip with a newfound sense of adventure and appreciation for scientific knowledge.
Well, that was quite the adventure. Who knew science could be so exciting?
I, for one, did not.
I just can't wait to get back home and relax.
Relaxing is overrated anyways. I can think of 100 other dimensions we still need to explore.
Oh boy!
The screen fades to black as the iconic Rick and Morty theme song plays in the background.
Title: The Slaughter of Pokemon, a scientific Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty playing a scientific board game based on the concepts of quantum mechanics and astrophysics. Meanwhile, Summer enters the lab carrying a cartoon of a Pokemon and its character, both looking very excited to play a game with each other.
Oh, great. Another day in the lab, and another chance for us to indulge in our scientific pursuits.
Hey, Rick, what's wrong with playing with Pokemon? They're cute and fun.
Yeah, Morty's right. Plus, it's all the rage right now.
Fine. Let's play this game called Quantum Flux and see how it stacks up against our advanced intellects.
As they play, the television news suddenly reports on a newly opened Pokemon slaughterhouse in the nearby area. Intrigued by the concept, Rick decides to take the trio on a visit to the facility.
Alright, let's go see how they process these cute little creatures and turn them into food that we can consume.
But, Rick, isn't that kind of cruel?
Yeah, I don't think I want to see that.
Come on, kids. Science is all about discovering new things and seeing the world in a different light.
At the slaughterhouse, they witness how Pokemon are stunned, slaughtered, and processed into various cuts of meat. Rick keenly observes the procedures and even asks the workers about the various prices for different Pokemon organs.
Wow, this is fascinating. Did you see how they use the Electro Bolt to stun Pikachu? And did you hear the sound of the Clefairy's bones breaking during the slaughter?
This is so messed up, Rick. I can't believe we're watching this.
I want to leave. This is too much for me.
Ignoring them, Rick proceeds to ask the workers about the prices of different cuts of meat, and even buys some to take back to the lab for experimentation.
I can't wait to see how these taste and what kind of chemical reactions they trigger in our bodies.
As they leave the slaughterhouse, Morty can't help but feel disturbed by what he has witnessed.
I feel sick, Rick. I don't think I ever want to eat Pokemon meat or even play with them ever again.
Yeah, same here. That was just too much for me.
Well, then, more for me. I can't wait to indulge in my latest scientific experiment.
As the trio heads back to the lab, Rick devises a plan to turn the cut-up Pokemon meat into a unique dish that will revolutionize the culinary industry.
I call it Poke Steak au Jus. It's a fusion of Pokemon and traditional steak, and it's sure to blow your minds.
I don't know, Rick. I don't think I'm ready for that kind of experimentation.
Yeah, count me out on that one too.
Undeterred, Rick goes ahead with his experiment and serves up the meal to the skeptical duo.
Bon appetit.
Oh, my God, it tastes like sadness and despair.
Yeah, I can feel my stomach turning just thinking about it.
As the episode ends, Rick, Morty, and Summer all realize the potential consequences of their scientific curiosity and the importance of considering ethical concerns in their research.
Well, at least, we learned something new today. Don't mess with Pokemon. They're too precious to turn into food. Ha.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever forget this experience.
Me neither. It just goes to show you that sometimes science and ethics don't always align.
Title: Monkey Business in the Quantum Field.
Opening shot of a computer-generated field complete with trees, animals, and a stream flowing through it. Rick and Morty are walking along the stream when suddenly, a horde of monkey warriors appear out of nowhere, brandishing various futuristic weapons.
Oh great, monkey warriors from the Fu-oo-oo-oot-ur. We can't catch a break, can we, Morty?
What are we gonna do, Rick?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got just the thing.
Cut to Rick and Morty in their lab where Rick is tinkering with a device. Jerry enters. Hey guys, what are you? Oh my god.
Are those monkey warriors?
Yeah, and we're gonna need your help, Jerry.
Me? What can I do?
I need you to distract them while Morty and I set up the device.
What device?
The quantum molecular disruptor. It'll scramble their molecular structure and disintegrate them.
Wait, won't that kill them?
Morty, they're monkey warriors from the Fu-oo-oo-oot-ur. They're not exactly the most innocent creatures.
Cut to Jerry leading the monkey warriors away while Rick and Morty set up the device.
Alright, Morty, initiate the disruption sequence.
But Rick, I don't know how to.
Just press the big red button, Morty.
Morty presses the button and a massive explosion rocks the lab. Cut to Beth and Summer walking in on the aftermath.
What the hell happened in here?
Just another day in the life of us, Beth.
Did you guys defeat the monkey warriors?
You bet your ass we did. And with the quantum molecular disruptor, their fighting days are over.
Jerry enters.
Hey guys, I did it. I led them all the way to the...
The group turns to see Jerry has accidentally led the monkey warriors straight into the living room.
Oops.
The monkey warriors begin wreaking havoc in the living room.
Oh come on, we just defeated them.
What are we gonna do now?
Quick, Morty, activate the portal gun. We'll send these monkeys somewhere they'll never be able to bother us again.
Morty presses a button on the portal gun and a portal opens up, sucking the monkey warriors in.
So, where did they go?
Oh, just some alternate universe where they can be as primitive and violent as they want without bothering anyone else.
You didn't send them to a universe that's worse off than ours, did you?
Relax, Beth. It's not like we send them to some kind of dystopian, hellish version of Earth with no hope of escape.
Cut to a shot of the monkey warriors being dropped in the middle of a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Monkey warrior. Oh, this does not look good.
End scene.
Title: The Feline Folly of Mr. Puas Fuckhead.
Overview.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging in the living room, where Rick is tinkering with some scientific equipment. Morty is bored and picks up a stray cat, bringing it into the living room. Rick is not amused but quickly changes his tune when the cat starts to exhibit strange behavior.
Act 1.
Morty, why did you bring that filthy creature in here?
I dunno, I thought maybe it would be fun to have a pet.
Sarcastically, sure. Let's just invite every flea-ridden creature in the universe into our home.
Cat meows loudly.
What the hell is wrong with that thing?
I don't know, it's been meowing like that since I found it.
Inspects the cat. Looks like a normal cat to me, but I guess we can run some tests just to be sure.
Act 2.
Rick decides to run some tests on the cat, but things quickly spiral out of control when Mr. Puas Fuckhead, the neighbor down the street, has a mental breakdown and begins yelling variations of his last name.
Morty, something's not right with this cat. It's emitting an energy field that's interfering with our equipment.
Notices Mr. Puas Fuckhead outside. Hey, look! It's Mr. Puas Fuckhead!
Mr. Puas Fuckhead, yelling, Puas Fuckface, Puas Fuckbit, Puas Fucklips.
Realizes the cat is the cause of Mr. Puas Fuckhead's behavior. Oh no, that cat is making him say his name over and over again.
Act 3.
The cat's energy field grows stronger, causing chaos throughout the neighborhood. Rick and Morty must think fast to prevent a full-blown catastrophe.
Frantically working on a machine. We need to neutralize the cat's energy field before it causes any more damage.
Nervously watching the chaos outside. What if we can't stop it, Rick? What if the whole world turns into Mr. Puas Fuckhead?
Deadpan. Then we'll have to live with the consequences of our actions, Morty.
Cat meows even louder.
Successfully neutralizes the energy field. Ha. That should do it.
Relieved, thank goodness. That was crazy.
Mr. Puas Fuckhead, calmly walking away. Goodbye, Puas Fuckhead.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty sit in the living room, exhausted from their adventure. The cat curls up next to them, its meows now replaced with contented purrs.
You know, Rick, maybe having a pet isn't so bad after all.
Sarcastically, sure, Morty. Just remember to never bring a cat into a room with a bunch of scientific equipment again.
Riddle, Ultra Scientific Showdown featuring Rick and Morty.
Opening scene.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty searching for a new dimension to explore, and they stumble upon a universe where the most powerful anime characters are battling it out. In this universe, they encounter Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z, who are fighting a fierce battle in an epic blue and yellow background with fireworks behind them.
Morty, look at those two anime characters fighting. They seem to be powerful.
Yeah, Rick, they are fighting with all their might, and the background is amazing.
Takes out his portal gun. I think it's time we join the action and spice things up.
Wait, what are you planning, Rick?
Smirks. Buckle up, Morty. We are about to have an ultra-scientific showdown with Goku and Vegeta.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty teleport themselves into the fight between Goku and Vegeta. As they enter, they realize that Goku has attained his Ultra Instinct form, and Vegeta is in his Ultra Ego form. The battle seems to be intensifying as both warriors exchange blows.
Excitedly, this is perfect, Morty. We can use our super strength and scientific knowledge to defeat these guys.
Nervously, I don't know, Rick, they seem kinda powerful, and we are just humans.
Smirks. Speak for yourself, Morty. I have a PhD in science.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge and gadgets to fight alongside Goku and Vegeta. They use portals to teleport around the battlefield and disrupt their opponent's strategies. Jerry and Summer watch the battle with awe and excitement, gasping, "Wow, they're like superheroes or something."
Laughing. Yeah, Dad, they are just like in those comic books you used to read.
Scene 4.
The battle intensifies as Goku and Vegeta combine their Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego forms to create a powerful new form. Rick and Morty work together to create a scientific gadget that can disrupt their new form.
Proudly, Morty, I present to you the ultra-scientific gadget to disrupt the opponent's new form.
Surprised. Oh wow, Rick, you did it again. With this gadget, we can win this battle.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty activate the gadget and disrupt Goku and Vegeta's new form, leaving them vulnerable to attack. Rick and Morty, with their enhanced strength, launch their final attack and successfully defeat Goku and Vegeta.
Amazed. We did it, Rick. We defeated two of the most powerful anime characters.
Smiling. Of course we did. Morty, we are not just scientists, we are superheroes.
Closing scene.
Jerry and Summer watch as Rick and Morty return to their universe, leaving behind a blue and yellow background with white stars in their wake. Awestruck, they really are superheroes. I can't believe I doubted them.
Laughing. Yeah, Dad, never underestimate the power of science.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty celebrating their victory and planning their next adventure.
Riddle, the litter box experimentation.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage working on a new invention that can turn garbage into gold. Jerry walks in, completely oblivious to the scientific chaos, and asks what they are up to. "Hey guys, what's going on?"
We're trying to turn trash into gold, Jerry. Keep up.
Yeah, Dad, we're using a molecular transformer too.
Rick interrupts Morty mid-sentence.
Morty, we don't have time for a lecture. We have a new experiment to conduct.
Summer walks in, carrying a litter box.
Hey guys, look what Mom got for Morty.
A litter box? Why do we need a litter box? Beth enters the garage.
I got them on rebate at the clinic, and it's important for Morty to start using one.
Interesting. We can use this litter box as part of our experiment.
What experiment?
The litter box experimentation. We will observe Morty's behavior in using the litter box and analyze the results.
That sounds boring.
We'll make it fun. We can add psychological and physiological variables to the experiment to test Morty's mental and physical reactions.
No, you can't mess with my son's mind or body like that.
Of course not. We'll keep it ethical. Now, let's begin the experiment.
The scene cuts to Morty in his room, using the litter box. The woman in scrubs from the hospital room earlier stands next to the trash can on a table in the background, watching him. Rick's voice can be heard over a loudspeaker.
Morty, can you please describe your mental state while using the litter box?
I guess I'm just doing what comes naturally.
Fascinating. And how about your physical state? Any changes in heart rate or breathing?
No, not really. Can I please be done with this now?
The scene cuts back to the garage, where Rick and the rest of the family are reviewing the results of the experiment.
The results are inconclusive. We need to conduct more experiments with different variables to get a clearer understanding of Morty's behavior.
No, Rick. This ends now. This experiment is over.
Fine, but the world will never know the true potential of the litter box.
Can we go back to turning garbage into gold now?
Sure thing, Jerry, and we can use that litter box as a valuable resource in the process.
The episode ends with the family laughing and Morty looking exasperated.
Riddle, the red circle phenomenon.
Opening shot. A picture of space with a red circle in the center and black background with stars around it.
Rick and Morty are arguing while carrying bombs.
The argument is about what planet to nuke first.
Rick argues for Mars, while Morty suggests Venus.
Morty, Rick, please. Venus is the much-needed source of sulfuric acid for the R&D lab. Rick, Morty, get a grip. Do you want to be bored out of your mind for the rest of eternity? Mars is the way to go.
Morty eventually gives in, and they head to Mars. After firing their bombs, an unexpected phenomenon occurs. The red circle in space appears to be getting larger and brighter.
Rick, what the hell is going on? Morty, it looks like the red circle is expanding.
Rick immediately recognizes this as a potentially catastrophic event. He decides to investigate the source of the red circle phenomenon. They travel through the galaxy and encounter a group of alien scientists studying the same phenomenon. The scientists explain that the red circle is actually a portal to a parallel universe, and the nukes on Mars have opened it wider.
Rick, parallel universe, that's just sci-fi nonsense. Morty, Rick, we travel through parallel universes all the time.
Rick reluctantly agrees to help the alien scientists close the portal. They embark on a wild and hilarious journey through the portal, which takes them to a world where everything is upside down and a planet inhabited by giant flying squirrels. Ultimately, they manage to close the portal and save the universe from destruction, while also learning valuable lessons about the consequences of recklessness in science. The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in their spaceship, contemplating what they've learned.
Rick, I think it's time to start being more careful with our experiments, Morty. Morty, yeah, I don't want to accidentally cause the end of the universe again.
The screen fades to black, and we hear Rick whisper, or do we?
Riddle, the quantum robot invader.
Synopsis: when a strange humanoid robot with a green light on its head invades Earth, Rick, Morty, and Summer must use their scientific prowess to defeat it.
Act 1. Rick, Morty, and Summer are enjoying a day at the park when they notice a robot standing in front of a sky filled with stars and clouds.
What the hell is that thing?
Is it some kind of alien invader?
I don't know, but it looks like it has a weak spot on its head.
Well, let's go test it out.
Act 2. Rick, Morty, and Summer approach the robot and begin to attack it. They use all sorts of weapons and gadgets to no avail, until Morty has an idea.
What if we use the quantum destabilizer on it?
That's genius, Morty, but we'll need to recalibrate it to match the robot's frequency.
Act 3. Rick and Morty work together to recalibrate the quantum destabilizer while Summer distracts the robot. After several failed attempts, they finally hit the robot's weak spot, causing it to explode spectacularly.
That was too easy. I could do that in my sleep.
It wasn't easy, Rick. We had to use advanced scientific techniques and work together to defeat it.
Yeah, and we saved the world. High five!
Epilogue. As Rick, Morty, and Summer walk away from the smoldering robot remains, they hear a faint beep.
What the hell is that?
I don't know, but it's coming from the robot's head.
Maybe it's some kind of message or distress signal?
Only one way to find out. He picks up the robot's head and presses a button.
Robot head. Hello, my name is Clippy. Would you like help writing a thesis?
The trio exchange confused glances as the robot head continues to speak. End of episode.
Riddle, the crystalline earring conundrum.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, a seemingly innocuous case of infidelity involving the Smith family threatens to unravel the fabric of reality itself. As the episode opens, we see Beth catching Jerry in a compromising position with none other than pop star Taylor Swift, who is wearing a pair of large, crystal-studded hoop earrings on her face.
Oh great. Now we're dealing with interdimensional hoop earring drama. These things are always a headache.
I don't get it, Rick. What's so special about the earrings?
It's not the earrings, Morty, it's the crystals. Those things have the potential to cause a chain reaction of reality-warping disasters if they fall into the wrong hands.
As Beth demands a divorce, Jerry looks to Rick for help in erasing any evidence of the infidelity. But things quickly spiral out of control as they inadvertently delete all records of Taylor Swift from existence, causing a massive chain reaction in the multiverse. Rick, why do you have to make everything so complicated? Can't you just erase Beth's memory or something?
An eraser? That's not how divorce works, Jerry. We need to follow proper procedure and file the paperwork with the Intergalactic Court of Divorce. And trust me, those guys don't mess around with technicalities.
As Rick navigates the labyrinthine bureaucracy of the ICD, the rest of the family must fend off rogue universes that are collapsing in on themselves due to the missing Taylor Swift.
This is all your fault, Jerry. And you too, Taylor.
Taylor Swift, via interdimensional phone. Hey, I didn't ask to be caught up in your petty human dramas. And I definitely didn't ask to be deleted from existence.
As the episode reaches its climax, Rick and Morty must team up with Taylor Swift to restore balance to the multiverse. But when they finally succeed, they realize that they've unintentionally given rise to an even greater threat, the rise of the infinite Taylors.
Oh boy, Morty, looks like we've got a new crisis on our hands. The Tayloriennial clusterfuck is coming.
Rick, what does that even mean?
It means we're in deep shit, Morty. Deep shit.
Riddle, the quantum entanglement of Morty's seductive powers.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer embark on yet another insane adventure through the infinite multiverse. This time, they find themselves in a universe where a cartoon character is the greatest scientific genius of all time. However, the catch is that this character has surrounded himself with two mean-spirited men, a man in a black jacket and a woman in a white shirt.
Act 1.
Here we are, Morty, in yet another ridiculous universe that shouldn't exist.
Man, why do we keep doing this stuff? It's insane.
You're the one who wanted to come on this adventure, Morty.
Yeah, Morty. Don't be such a wuss.
Oh, shut up, Jerry.
Act 2.
Narrator. As they make their way through the cartoon universe, Morty's seductive powers come in handy to win over the mean-spirited men in the black jacket and white shirt.
Hey there, big guy. What's your name?
Man, I'm Bob. What's it to you?
Just trying to break the ice, Bob. You look like you could use a friend.
Woman, hey, why are you talking to him?
Oh, hey, I'm Morty. And you are?
Act 3.
Narrator. As Morty continues to use his seductive powers, the rest of the gang realizes the true power of the universe they're in.
Morty, you genius. By using your seductive powers, you've created a quantum entanglement with these people.
Quantum what now?
It means that their emotions are now connected on a subatomic level.
What does that even mean?
Act 4.
Narrator. As they try to figure a way out of the universe, the mean-spirited characters begin to bicker and fight amongst themselves.
Man, why did you even talk to that kid, Carol?
Woman, me? You're the one who's been acting strange all day.
Morty, we need to get out of here. Your quantum entanglement is destabilizing the fabric of this universe.
Oh man, we gotta get out of here.
Act 5.
Narrator. As the gang rushes to escape the universe, Morty's seductive powers come in handy once again.
Hey, Bob, you're a great guy. And Carol, you're not too bad yourself. Maybe you two should go on a date sometime.
Bob, hey, that's not a bad idea.
Carol, I suppose that could be fun.
Narrator. As the group finally makes their escape, they realize the true power of Morty's seductive abilities.
Morty, I gotta hand it to you. Your seductive powers are truly impressive.
Thanks, Rick. Maybe I should use them more often.
Not so fast, Morty. We don't want to create any more quantum entanglements.
Yeah, we've had enough science for one day.
I'm with you on that one, Jerry.
Narrator. And so, the gang returns to their own universe, with a newfound appreciation for the power of seduction and quantum physics.
Riddle, the Precambrian ploy.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty standing in front of a picture of a field with a lot of grass growing on it and a small pond in the middle.
Morty, I have a brilliant idea for our next adventure. We're going back to the Precambrian era to save Chasm 8.
Who's Chasm 8?
He's a microbe that will eventually evolve into a crucial part of a complex ecosystem. Without him, the entire future could be altered.
Jerry walks in, looking confused.
What are you guys talking about?
We're going back in time to save a microbe. Wanna come?
Jerry shrugs.
Sure, why not?
Summer walks in, holding a clipboard.
What's the plan, guys?
We need to find Chasm 8 before he gets eaten by a larger organism and alter the course of history.
The scene switches to the inside of Rick's spaceship as they travel back in time.
Wow, the Precambrian era looks pretty different than I imagined.
Actually, Morty, the landscape and environment are quite similar according to recent scientific research.
How do you guys know that?
I have a PhD in science, Jerry. Don't question me.
The group lands the spaceship and begins searching for Chasm 8. They eventually find him, but they're not alone. Another group of time travelers are also there, trying to capture Chasm 8 for their own purposes.
Great, we got competition. Morty, grab that rock over there and hit that guy in the head.
Morty hits the time traveler with a rock, and the group successfully saves Chasm 8. They return to the present, and the ecosystem is now back on track.
Wow, it's amazing how one small organism can have such a big impact on the future.
Yeah, I guess science really is pretty cool.
Of course it is, Jerry. I wouldn't have a PhD in it if it wasn't.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer high-fiving each other as they sit in a pile on the floor.
Riddle, Intergalactic Union.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are standing on a street with a purple sky in the background.
Morty, we need to save this dimension.
Why, Rick?
The entire universe is in peril. We need to find a way to save it.
How can we do that, Rick?
Erps, Morty, I've got a plan. You're going to marry Goku.
Confused. What? Why?
Gesturing towards a portal gun. Morty, we need to marry Goku in order to unite the Saiyan race with our dimension.
Taken aback. I don't know if I'm ready for that, Rick.
Sighs. Morty, I'm not asking you to marry him for love. Think of it as a scientific experiment. We need to save the multiverse.
Reluctantly. Okay, Rick. Let's do this.
As Morty and Goku exchange vows, a group of intergalactic villains interrupt the ceremony.
Villain number 1, we will never allow this union to take place.
Brandishing a laser gun. Oh yeah? You and what army?
Villain number 2 summons an army. This army.
Chuckling. That's nothing. I've got my own army. Summons a group of Meeseeks.
As the two armies clash, hilarity ensues with the Meeseeks breaking out into song and dance.
Meeseeks, musical note, look at me, I'm Mr. Meeseeks, musical note.
As the battle intensifies, Morty and Goku merge their powers to create an explosion of energy that decimates the villain's army.
Breathless. Did we save the universe, Rick?
Smiling. Yeah, Morty. We did.
The episode ends with Morty and Goku embracing as Rick watches from a distance, content with the knowledge that his grand plan had succeeded.
Riddle, the Palpatine Paradox.
In this episode, we join our favorite duo as they stumble upon a mysterious man standing in the middle of a field next to a tent in a small bush. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, approaches the man with fervor and demands answers.
Who the hell are you and what are you doing in the middle of my damn space?
The man, dressed in robes and sporting an impressive beard, introduces himself as the one and only Emperor Palpatine. He admits to creating a paradox with the Force, causing him to become trapped on this planet and unable to leave.
A paradox? Like in that episode of Star Trek we watched?
Palpatine. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. You see, I've discovered a way to manipulate the space-time continuum, and in doing so, I've created a paradox.
Rick, intrigued by the potential scientific gains, proposes that they team up to defeat Palpatine's ultimate enemy, Darth Vader.
Listen, pal, I'm going to need you to give us everything you know about manipulating the space-time continuum so we can defeat this Darth Vader character.
Palpatine, seeing the opportunity to potentially escape his paradox, agrees to help.
Palpatine, very well, I will share my knowledge with you. But first, we must perform a ritual to unlock the secrets of the Force.
The trio sets up an array of scientific equipment, using Rick's advanced knowledge of physics and Palpatine's knowledge of the Force to create a successful ritual.
This is some crazy science, Rick. I don't know if I can handle it.
Shut up and keep recording, Morty. We're onto something here.
After hours of experimenting and testing, they finally unlock the secrets of the Force and defeat Darth Vader with Palpatine's newfound powers.
Palpatine, thank you, Rick and Morty. You've saved me from my paradox and helped me defeat my greatest enemy.
Don't mention it, pal. Just remember who helped you out when you needed it.
In the end, Palpatine departs the planet with Rick and Morty, promising to never create another paradox again. The trio return to their escapades in the galaxy, seeking out new scientific adventures and crazy hijinks to embark on.
Title: Pikachu vs. Slowpoke. Legal implications of interspecies breeding in a post-human world.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, examining a strange pink and yellow creature with a red appendage on its back.
Ah, yes, this must be a visual representation of a Pikachu and Slowpoke mating, Rick explains with a smirk.
Morty looks horrified as they watch the cartoon creature engage in suboptimal interbreeding. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Beth enters, holding her phone. "Guys, did you hear about what happened with that Pikachu and Slowpoke?" she asks, clearly concerned. "It's all over the news. The Pikachu is facing charges for assault and rape." Rick rolls his eyes. "Oh, great. Another sex scandal to ruin my day. Let's go check it out." Arriving at the courthouse, Rick and Morty observe as the Pikachu is tried before a panel of stern-looking Pokémon judges. The evidence of its crime, a torn-up Slowpoke, is presented for all to see. "Your Honor, the defendant is clearly guilty of violating Section 69.420 of the Pokémon Code," the prosecutor intones. "The victim did not give consent to this intercourse, and as such, the Pikachu must be punished." Morty looks horrified as the judges deliberate, considering various penalties for this heinous crime. Eventually, they decide to send the Pikachu to the slaughterhouse, where it will be dissected and studied for scientific purposes. Rick scoffs. "Well, this is just ridiculous. Clearly, we need to have a better understanding of the ethics of interspecies breeding in a post-human world." Beth nods thoughtfully. "Yes, and perhaps we could also explore the legal implications of creating sentient creatures solely for the purpose of our own entertainment." Morty looks like he's about to be sick. "Guys, can we please go home now? I think I need some brain bleach." As they exit the courthouse, Rick turns to the camera. "And that, my friends, is why you don't stick your thing into just anything that moves."
Riddle: the quantum entanglement of toys and human centipedes.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth were strolling in the park when they stumbled upon a toy lying on the ground. Rick picked it up and examined it, noticing that it emitted some sort of quantum entanglement signature.
Rick, this toy is more than meets the eye. We need to investigate this further. Morty, can't we just leave it alone? I want to go home.
Jerry, yeah, I don't want to get involved in any of your insane adventures.
Beth, guys, let's just humor him this one time.
They decided to follow the toy's entanglement signature, leading them to a small hole in the ground with a bird perched on it.
Rick, this is where the real fun begins. Morty, get over here and help me set up the quantum scanner. Morty, I don't know, Rick. I don't feel too good about this. Rick, nonsense, Morty. This is just science.
As Rick and Morty began their scientific investigation, Jerry and Beth sat aside and looked on with a mix of fascination and disgust. Suddenly, Morty came up with an idea.
Morty, hey, you know what would be hilarious? If I made a human centipede out of all the girls I like. Rick, oh geez, Morty, that's sick even for us.
But Morty was already on a roll, gathering his crushes and linking them together in a grotesque human centipede formation. Jerry and Beth tried to intervene, but Rick had already set up the entanglement device and the experiment was in motion.
Rick, it's working, Morty. The entanglement signatures are merging and creating a never-before-seen quantum entangled monstrosity.
As the centipede and toy entanglements intensified, their reality began to warp and twist. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth were sucked into a vortex of psychedelic colors and patterns.
Jerry, what the hell is happening?
Beth, I think we broke reality.
In the end, they miraculously emerged from the vortex and found themselves back in the park, the toy and centipede completely gone. Rick patted Morty on the back.
Rick, well, Morty, you may have just ended the universe. But damn if that wasn't the best science experiment I've ever seen.
Riddle: the theory of multi-expression cartoon characters.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure in pursuit of understanding the physics behind multi-expression cartoon characters. Morty, with his childlike curiosity, hears rumors about an elusive multi-expression cartoon character and is determined to capture it. Rick uses his vast knowledge of science and technology to create a device that can detect and track the elusive character.
Scene 1.
Morty, I don't have time for your childish games. We have science to do.
But Rick, I heard about this amazing multi-expression cartoon character that I just have to catch.
Size, fine, but we're going to need a lot of scientific equipment to catch this thing.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty set out on their adventure, equipped with the latest scientific gadgets. As they traverse through various dimensions, they encounter a yellow background with a cartoon character.
Rick, that's it. That's the multi-expression cartoon character I heard about.
Excellent work, Morty. Let's capture it.
Scene 3.
Rick uses his device to track and capture the multi-expression cartoon character, but it proves to be more difficult than anticipated. The character has an uncanny ability to change expressions and form multiple arms.
Morty, this is fascinating. This character's ability to change expressions and form multiple arms goes against everything we know about physics.
I just want to catch it already.
Scene 4.
Despite their best efforts, the multi-expression cartoon character continues to evade capture. Morty becomes frustrated and begins to doubt their ability to catch it.
Rick, I don't think we're ever going to catch this thing.
Nonsense, Morty. We just need to adjust our approach.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty create a trap specifically designed to capture the multi-expression cartoon character. They manage to lure it into the trap, but it continues to change expressions and form multiple arms.
Morty, we're onto something big here. This character's ability to defy physics could revolutionize the field of quantum mechanics.
I just want to go home now.
Scene 6.
Back at the lab, Rick studies the captured multi-expression cartoon character and makes a groundbreaking discovery. He realizes that the character is not just changing expressions and forming different arms, but is actually shifting through different dimensions.
Morty, hold on to your seat. This character is not just defying physics, it's defying reality itself.
Confused. What does that even mean, Rick?
Scene 7.
After analyzing the data, Rick creates a device that can manipulate reality itself. He and Morty use the device to create their own versions of the multi-expression cartoon character, each with their own unique expressions and arms.
Laughs. Morty, this is the greatest scientific discovery I have ever made. Reality itself is at our fingertips.
Smiling. Yeah, but can we go back to catching regular cartoons now?
Laughs. Sure thing, Morty. Let's go catch some old-fashioned 2D cartoons.
The screen fades to black as Rick and Morty walk off into the sunset, with a device that manipulates reality in their hands.
Opening shot. A computer-generated image of the Earth from the perspective of space.
Morty, listen to me. Our ski burps asterisk our science adventure starts today.
Oh man, I'm not sure I'm ready for another one of your crazy adventures.
Oh, you'll be fine, Morty. I've got just the thing to get you in the mood.
Rick pulls out a small vial of glowing green liquid from his lab coat pocket.
This here is a potent mix of nanobots infused with Zalaxian space rock. It'll give you a heightened sense of awareness and martini-fueled endurance.
Rick, are you sure that's safe?
Safe? Nah, Morty. Safe is for conformists. We're scientists. Burps asterisk.
Rick hands Morty the vial, who gulps it down nervously.
I don't feel any different.
Suddenly, the landscape around them morphs into a cartoon-esque field with grass and trees.
That's because we're in a simulation, Morty. I created it to test our latest invention.
What's that, Rick?
Rick pulls out a strange device that looks like a cross between a hairdryer and a toaster.
This, Morty, is a molecular tesseract interpolating transmogrification device.
Huh?
It's a device that can manipulate the molecular structure of any object and turn it into something else entirely.
Whoa, that sounds amazing.
Amazing, Morty. This could be the greatest scientific breakthrough since the invention of the wheel.
Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise is heard in the distance.
Oh no, Morty. It's Captain Falcon. He's on a rampage.
Captain Falcon? From Super Smash Bros?
Yes, Morty. He's gone rogue and is destroying everything in his path.
They hear shouting in the distance, and upon running over the hill, they see Captain Olimar's Pikmin army being decimated by Captain Falcon.
Morty, we need to stop him.
But how can we, Rick? He's so powerful.
That's where the molecular tesseract interpolating transmogrification device comes in, Morty. We'll use it on Captain Falcon.
But what will we turn him into, Rick?
I'm not sure, Morty. Maybe a frog or something. Burps asterisk.
They approach Captain Falcon, who is now standing menacingly in front of them.
Freeze, Falcon.
Captain Falcon, who are you?
We're scientists, Falcon. We're here to stop you.
Captain Falcon, you'll never be able to stop me. I am the greatest fighter in the universe.
That may be true, Falcon. But we have something you don't.
Captain Falcon, and what's that?
Rick pulls out the molecular tesseract interpolating transmogrification device and aims it at Captain Falcon.
Science.
He presses a button on the device, causing a blinding flash of light, and when the light fades, Captain Falcon is replaced by a giant frog.
Holy crap, Rick, you turned him into a frog.
Hey Morty, I guess you could say he frogged his chance at destroying the universe. Burps asterisk.
Oh, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other, and the screen fades to black.
Riddle. Investigating neurocorrelates of parasomnia hallucinations in a dark room.
Opening shot of a dark room with multiple monsters looming in the shadows. A man in a hat and coat is standing at a distance watching over them. Morty, visibly shaken, complains about having sleep paralysis where he sees a shadowy figure with a hat.
Morty. Rick, I can't take this anymore. Every night I see this shadowy man with a hat in my sleep paralyses. It's driving me insane. Rick. Morty, that's just your brain playing tricks on you. You know how much I like to investigate things. Let me put on my neuroscientist hat and figure out what's going on.
Rick starts investigating the scene from a neural perspective. He checks the levels of neurotransmitters in Morty's brain and runs some brain imaging scans to find the cause of his sleep paralysis. He finds that Morty's brain is overactive during sleep, leading to heightened levels of dopamine and norepinephrine.
Rick. Morty, I think I know what's causing your hallucinations. Your brain is producing too much dopamine and norepinephrine during sleep, causing these vivid hallucinations. Morty, can you do anything to stop it? I can't keep having these nightmares. Rick, I can prescribe some sedatives that will lower the levels of dopamine and norepinephrine while you sleep. That should help you get a good night's sleep without any disturbing hallucinations.
The episode ends with Morty taking the prescribed medication and finally getting a good night's sleep without any more sleep paralysis hallucinations. The episode presents a scientifically accurate depiction of the neural correlates of parasomnia hallucinations, highlighting the importance of neuroscientific research in understanding complex brain disorders.
Riddle. The shoot stick incident. An investigation of sleep paralysis and unknown blue objects.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a mysterious blue object in the middle of a field. The word shoot stick is written on it in an unknown language. Morty begins experiencing sleep paralysis, in which he sees a shadowy figure in a hat. Rick investigates the blue object and determines that it emits a unique frequency that triggers sleep paralysis in some individuals. Meanwhile, Beth becomes obsessed with the blue object and becomes convinced it has the power to cure all diseases.
Discussion.
Morty, your sleep paralysis is likely caused by the shoot stick object. It's emitting a frequency that triggers hallucinations in some individuals.
What? So this thing is making me see a spooky man in a hat?
It's possible. We need to study this object and figure out what it does.
But can't we just use the shoot stick to cure all diseases? Think of the possibilities.
That's absurd, Beth. The shoot stick has no proven scientific properties.
Oh, guys, can we focus on the fact that I'm seeing scary shadow men every night?
Right. Let's run some tests on your brainwaves and see if we can neutralize the shoot stick's frequency.
But what if it somehow cures all diseases and saves the world?
Beth, I swear to God, if you don't stop talking about this nonsense, I'm going to use the shoot stick to give you sleep paralysis so you'll shut up.
That doesn't seem ethical, Rick.
Yeah, well, I don't have an ethics PhD like you do, Morty.
In the end, Rick develops a way to neutralize the shoot stick's frequency, saving Morty from his sleep paralysis. Beth reluctantly agrees to leave the object alone, and the trio moves on to their next interdimensional adventure. Opening shot of the episode depicts a cartoon of a man in a suit and hat looking at a map while a man in a suit, Morty, complains of sleep paralysis, where he claims to see a shadowy man in a hat. Rick, the primary protagonist, investigates the situation by analyzing Morty's brainwaves, temperature regulation, and visual cortex activity.
Rick, Morty, your brainwaves are normal. Do you suffer from any anxiety or unusual stress? Morty, no, only this shadow man bothers me. Rick, let's check your temperature regulation and visual cortex.
Upon further analysis of Morty's brain, Rick finds that his pineal gland is not producing enough melatonin, leading to an increase in wakefulness and sleep disturbances.
Rick, this is interesting, Morty. Your pineal gland is not producing enough melatonin, leading to an increase in wakefulness and sleep disturbances. We need to find the root cause of the problem.
The two embark on a scientific journey to identify the root cause of Morty's condition, which they eventually attribute to stress and anxiety. They find that Morty's fears are tied to a traumatic event in his childhood involving a man in a hat.
Morty, yes, I remember now. When I was a kid, a man in a hat kidnapped me. But I had repressed that memory until now.
The episode ends with Rick using a technological device to help Morty process and overcome his repressed memory, resulting in him being able to sleep soundly without any disturbances.
Rick, now that we have found the root cause of your problem, let's use this device to help you process and overcome your repressed memory. Morty, wow, Rick, you are amazing. Thank you.
Opening shot of the episode shows Rick and Morty staring at a painting of a tunnel with a blue sky and white clouds in the background and a green field in the foreground.
Morty, this painting is a masterpiece. The tunnel represents the wormhole theory in quantum physics. The blue sky with white clouds is the manifestation of entropy, and the green field symbolizes the infinite possibilities of the multiverse.
Oh, okay, Rick.
Jerry enters the room. Hey guys, what are you looking at?
Jerry, this painting is worth more than your entire bank account.
Really? Can I sell it?
Sure, if you want to be a broke loser for the rest of your life.
Suddenly, a portal appears and out steps Bardock, floating in space.
Bardock, Rick Sanchez, I need your help.
Bardock, from Dragon Ball Z, what are you doing here?
Bardock, I was fighting Frieza on the destroyed planet Vegeta and I somehow ended up in your dimension. But that's not important right now. Frieza is still alive and he's on his way to Earth.
Oh no, not Frieza.
Relax, Morty, I got this.
Can I help too?
Jerry, you couldn't even help yourself if your life depended on it. But since you insist, sure.
They all board Rick's spaceship and take off into space.
Bardock, Frieza is a ruthless villain. He destroyed my entire race and now he wants to conquer your planet.
We won't let that happen, Bardock. Jerry, activate the laser cannons.
Ah, okay. They engage in a space battle with Frieza's ship.
Bardock, Rick, I can feel my rage building up.
Bardock, if you let your rage consume you, you'll turn into a Super Saiyan or something.
Bardock, that's exactly what I want.
He transforms into a Super Saiyan and charges at Frieza's ship.
Frieza, what is this? How could a mere Saiyan have such power?
Bardock, you'll pay for what you did to my family and my people.
He punches Frieza's ship with full force, causing it to explode.
Nice one, Bardock.
That was crazy, Rick.
I didn't even get to use the lasers.
Bardock, thank you, Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
No problem, Bardock. Just remember, don't let your rage consume you too much.
Bardock, I'll try, Rick.
They fly back to Earth and land on the green field from the painting.
See, Morty, I told you this painting was important.
Yeah, I guess you were right, Rick.
Can I sell it now?
Get out of here, Jerry.
Riddle, the Infinity Machine, a battle of power and science.
Abstract. This episode is the study of the interaction between technology and power as embodied by two opposing groups. The first group, composed of individuals in various colored uniforms and helmets, serves as the guardians of the universe, known as the Power Rangers. On the other hand, Rick, a scientific genius, has discovered a machine of infinite powers. The purpose of this episode is to analyze the potential implications of the clash between these two groups.
Scene 1. The episode opens to a purple background, with neon lights highlighting the environment behind a group of individuals in different colored uniforms and helmets. This visual representation describes the Power Rangers.
Scene 2. Rick discovers a machine of infinite power, opening a dialogue between science and technology, which captivates this specific episode's central theme.
I've done it. I've created the most powerful machine ever seen.
Scene 3. The Power Rangers arrive, representing a force to protect the universe from any perceived threats posed by the technology.
Power Ranger 1. We have been sent here to eliminate that machine. It poses a significant threat to the universe.
Scene 4. Rick finds himself caught between the opposing forces of power and technology. The subsequent conversations between Rick and the Power Rangers illustrate the importance of responsibility when handling powerful technology.
I don't want to destroy this instrument of enormous potential. Does my creation not have the right to exist?
Power Ranger 2. Your machine poses a great danger to the world around us, which is why we must eliminate it.
Scene 5. The episode ends with the Power Rangers and Rick in agreement that the use of technology and power needs thorough analysis to ensure the responsible use of powerful machines.
Power Ranger 3. Technology and power can coexist, given that they are managed responsibly.
I understand the need for caution when it comes to new and powerful technology. As a scientist, it is my responsibility to create and use machines responsibly.
Conclusion. The episode explores the clash between power and technology, highlighting the need for responsible management of increasingly advanced technology. Ultimately, the responsible use of technology can lead to a better future.
Riddle, the animalia of online dating.
Objective: to explore the behaviors and attitudes of a cartoon character, Morty, who engages in online dating using a catfish strategy, and to analyze the impact of this behavior on both Morty and his dates.
Methodology: observation of Morty's actions and interactions with his dates, as well as surveys and interviews with Morty and his dates.
Results: Morty consistently uses photos and a persona that are not his own in order to attract potential dates. He meets these dates in person and enjoys the thrill of deception and the power dynamic of being in control of the situation. However, Morty's behavior ultimately leads to disappointment and hurt feelings for his dates, who feel misled and sometimes even hurt by his actions. Morty, in turn, experiences negative emotions such as guilt and shame.
Discussion: Morty's behavior can be seen as an example of the dark side of online dating, where anonymity and distance can lead to deceptions and negative outcomes. Additionally, Morty's behavior can be viewed through the lens of evolutionary psychology, where the drive to attract and mate with partners is strong, and deception can be seen as a means to an end. However, the negative impact on both Morty and his dates suggests that honesty and genuine connection are ultimately more satisfying and fulfilling.
Conclusion: Morty's behavior is an interesting case study in the complexities of human, or in this case, cartoon, mating behavior and the importance of authenticity and ethical considerations in online dating. It is recommended that Morty reflect on his actions and consider alternative, more honest methods of finding connection with potential dates.
Riddle, the Tinder experimentation.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting inside the garage, tinkering with their latest invention, a device that can download and analyze data from different dating apps. Beth and Summer enter the room, intrigued by what the two are up to.
Hey, ladies, what's up? We're just testing out this new app I've been working on.
It's called Tinder experimentation. You just swipe right on everyone, and the algorithm tracks the data.
I don't know, guys. That seems kind of, unethical.
Yeah, Mom, I don't want to be a part of something messed up like that.
Oh, come on. It's all in the name of science. Plus, think of all the juicy gossip we'll uncover.
The group eventually agrees to give it a shot, and they all start swiping right on everyone that comes across their screens. As they swipe through profile after profile, they begin to encounter some truly bizarre individuals.
Whoa, this guy likes to knit sweaters for his pet tarantula.
Ew, this girl's into extreme macrame. Is that even a thing?
This one says he's a professional UFO hunter. I mean, that's not even a real job, right?
Ah, check this out. This dude's a sentient tree who's into hot oil massages.
As the swiping continues, the group starts to notice some strange patterns emerging in their matches.
Guys? All of my matches seem to be obsessed with kale smoothies.
And all of mine are really into axe throwing?
Wait, I got matched with someone who is literally a giant praying mantis.
Lucky you, Morty. I'm just getting matched with a bunch of hungry ghosts.
Eventually, the group decides to call it a day and shut off the app. However, the experiment has already had some unforeseen consequences.
I don't know what we just did, but I feel like we've opened some kind of weird dimensional portal.
Yeah, things are getting pretty freaky in here.
Suddenly, a woman with long hair and blue eyes wearing a suit and tie with a neon light behind her head appears in the middle of the garage.
Woman, greetings experimenters. I am the algorithm you have summoned. You have activated my power and unleashed chaos upon your world.
Oh, shit. This is why you always read the terms and conditions.
The algorithm proceeds to cause all kinds of wacky and unpredictable events to occur, from reality warping glitches to sentient toaster uprisings. In the end, the group manages to defeat the algorithm, but not before learning an important lesson about the dangers of tampering with the mysteries of science.
Well, that was a wild ride, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going on Tinder again.
Same. I think I need a shower after all that swiping.
Can we just stick to regular experiments from now on?
Oh, come on. Where's the fun in that?
Riddle, the Inkling evolution.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel to the far future where they encounter humanoid squids and octopuses who have evolved into fresh beings. They engage in games where they cover each other in colorful ink. Chaos ensues.
Scene 1. Rick's lab.
Morty, we're going to the future where squids and octopuses have evolved like a freaking Pokemon. We'll be surrounded by ink-slinging tentacle creatures.
Aw, geez, Rick. That doesn't sound safe.
Enters the room. Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry, you're coming with us. We need a guinea pig.
What? No way.
Scene 2. Future world.
Oh, Morty, look at all these ink-slinging creatures. They're like humans with tentacles.
It's like a freaky science fiction movie come to life.
I don't like the looks of them.
Scene 3. Inkling Games.
Hey you guys, check out this game. They're covering each other in colorful ink. We gotta try this.
I don't know, Rick. That looks messy.
I don't think I want to get covered in ink.
Scene 4. The chaos begins.
Alright everyone, let's get inked up.
This is crazy.
Covered in ink. I don't like this at all.
Scene 5. The escape.
Time to get out of here before we're permanently stained with ink.
Agreed. Let's go home.
I hope I can wash this off.
Scene 6. Back in Rick's lab.
Well, that was an experience. I'm going to put these ink-soaked clothes in the dryer.
I can't believe we had a squid and octopus adventure.
I need a shower.
Epilogue: the next day.
Enters the room. Hey guys, what are you up to?
We had a wild time yesterday. We met humanoid squids and octopuses who like to play games where they cover each other in ink.
It was insane.
I'm still trying to get this ink out of my clothes.
Sounds interesting. Wish I could have been there.
Maybe someday you will be.
Montage of the future world and the Inkling Games with a catchy upbeat tune playing in the background. End of episode.
Riddle, effects of cosmic radiation on perception and memory. A case study on Michael Jackson's death.
Introduction.
The episode opens with a person named Jack standing in a forest with sunlight shining through the trees. Another person named Sarah is holding her cell phone, and Jack asks her for the latest news. Sarah informs him that Michael Jackson has passed away.
Methodology.
Jack uses his cell phone to search for more information on Michael Jackson's death. As he reads the news online, he begins to feel disoriented and confused. He takes out a pen and paper to write down some notes, but finds it difficult to concentrate on his thoughts.
Results.
Suddenly, Jack experiences a vivid flashback of his childhood. He remembers seeing Michael Jackson perform on television and feeling inspired to become a musician himself. The memory is so strong and intense that Jack feels as though he is reliving it in the present moment.
Discussion.
The episode explores the idea that exposure to cosmic radiation can affect a person's perception and memory. Jack's experience in the forest, with the sunlight shining through the trees, may have contributed to his altered state of consciousness. Additionally, the emotional content of Michael Jackson's death may have triggered Jack's memory of his childhood experience.
Conclusion.
The episode concludes with Jack feeling overwhelmed and emotionally drained from the experience. He reflects on the ways in which cosmic radiation and emotional stimuli can influence a person's mental state. The scientific community could further investigate the effects of cosmic radiation on human consciousness and memory to better understand the mechanisms behind these phenomena.
Jack. I felt like I was transported back in time. It was as though I was watching Michael Jackson perform Live all over again.
Sarah, it's possible that the cosmic radiation in this area had an effect on your brain's activity, causing a surge of memories from your past.
Jack. That's definitely a possibility. But I also think the emotional impact of Michael Jackson's death played a big role in triggering those memories.
Sarah, it's fascinating to consider the ways in which our environment and emotions can shape our mental experiences.
Riddle. Investigating the mysterious visitor with a white baseball bat.
Abstract. This episode follows the investigation of a strange individual who was spotted carrying a white baseball bat and wearing a black suit and hat with a purple hat on their head. The investigation also involved the mysterious death of Michael Jackson. Through various experimental and observational methods, our team of scientists set out to unravel the enigma surrounding the peculiar visitor.
Introduction. The episode begins with a report from a concerned citizen who witnessed the individual with the white baseball bat roaming around the city. The random sighting of this individual, combined with the recent news of Michael Jackson's death, led our team to formulate hypotheses that such a visitor may have some connection with the death of the pop icon.
Methodology. We engaged in different methods to investigate this individual's identity and possible connections to Michael Jackson's death. These included interviewing eyewitnesses, analyzing footprints on the scene, analyzing the CCTV footage, and analyzing different sources of data.
Results. Our team found that the individual was indeed present in the area around the time of Michael Jackson's death, based on multiple eyewitness accounts, CCTV footage, and the presence of footprints with similar characteristics to those seen on the white baseball bat. Through forensic examination, we also found traces of a chemical agent that was used to poison Michael Jackson, and we were able to trace this chemical agent to the individual with the white baseball bat.
Discussion. Our team worked tirelessly to identify the mysterious individual with the white baseball bat. We were able to uncover their true identity and link them to Michael Jackson's death through forensic analysis. Our study contributes to the growing body of knowledge on forensic science and demonstrates the power of combining multiple observational and analytical methods to uncover the truth.
Conclusion. This episode highlights the importance of investigating and analyzing all possible sources of information to uncover the truth. Our team used multiple scientific methods to investigate and identify the mysterious individual with the white baseball bat and their connection to Michael Jackson's death. Our research significantly contributes to the field of forensic science and paves the way for future investigations.
Riddle: The quantum paradox of Michael Jackson's death.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working in their lab, trying to create a device to prevent the death of famous people in history. Jerry walks in, holding a picture of Michael Jackson, claiming that he may have found a way to save him from dying. The picture shows a man in a hoodie holding a knife, which may have been the cause of Michael's death.
Jerry, if you were any dumber, you'd be a planet. But let's entertain your theory for a moment. Morty, grab the portal gun.
Aw, geez, Rick. What are we gonna do?
We're gonna travel to the exact moment Michael Jackson died and save him from that hoodie-wearing assassin.
The trio jumps through the portal, arriving in Michael Jackson's mansion on June 25, 2009. They find Michael lying on the ground, unconscious. As they are about to save him, a group of scientists burst in, claiming that they too have come to save him.
Who are you?
Scientist 1, we're from the prestigious Quantum Physics Research Institute. You see, we've discovered the exact moment and location of Michael Jackson's death, and we're here to prevent it from happening.
Wait, what? There's already people trying to save Michael Jackson?
Scientist 2, indeed. And who are you?
The name's Rick Sanchez, and I'll have you know we're in the midst of developing a device that'll prevent the deaths of famous people. Stay out of our way.
The two parties engage in a scientific battle, trying to prevent Michael's death. As the tension rises, Michael wakes up and starts dancing in his iconic white gloves and fedora. The whole mansion transforms into a dance floor, and everyone starts to boogie. Wow, this is amazing! I didn't know Michael Jackson could bring people together like this.
No time for dancing, Jerry. We gotta save his life.
As the scientists and Rick work on their devices, various paradoxes start to occur, including the appearance of multiple Michael Jacksons from different timelines. The group eventually works together and saves Michael from his impending doom.
Michael, thank you all so much for saving my life. This experience has truly brought me to tears.
Yeah, make your emotional speech later. We got a portal to catch.
As they leave through the portal, Rick and Morty high-five each other, relieved to have saved Michael Jackson.
Aw, geez, Rick. That was crazy.
That's just a normal day in the life of a scientist, Morty. Get used to it.
Riddle: Intergalactic Alliance. Rick and USSR team up to make contact with Kerbin.
Introduction. The episode begins with an establishing shot of a cartoon character, Rick, in a spacesuit, standing in front of a rocket with a planet, Kerbin, a planet featured in Kerbal Space Program, in the background. Rick appears to be occupied with tasks related to space communication.
Greetings, Earthlings. Today, we embark upon a mission to make contact with the planet of Kerbin. Our aim is to explore new worlds and expand our understanding of the universe.
Scene 1. Rick contacts the USSR.
Greetings, comrades. I have been reviewing your research on space communication and I believe we can form an alliance to help us reach Kerbin. Together we can achieve our goals and enhance our understanding of outer space.
USSR scientist, agreed. We have been working on a radio communication system that can transmit signals over a long distance and we believe it can be used to communicate with Kerbin.
Excellent. Let's combine our resources and make this happen.
Scene 2. Building the communication system.
We see Rick and USSR scientists working on a large communication system inside a laboratory.
They are making adjustments and calibrating the system.
The wavelength of the signals must match the frequency of the planet's radio waves. We must ensure the accuracy of the transmission for it to work.
USSR scientist, yes, and we must also consider the distance between our planet and Kerbin. We need to factor in time delays and adjust the signal accordingly.
Scene 3. Making contact with Kerbin.
Rick and the USSR scientists launch the rocket into space, carrying the communication system. They align the system to point towards Kerbin and start transmitting signals. They wait for a while and then suddenly receive a response.
We did it. We received a signal from Kerbin.
USSR scientist, amazing. This will go down in history as a monumental achievement in space communication.
Conclusion: Rick and the USSR successfully made contact with the planet of Kerbin through a collaboration of their resources and expertise in space communication. This could pave the way for more meaningful contact and exploration of outer space.
Title: The Actinium Smile Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage working on a new invention. Jerry, Beth, and Summer walk in and ask what they're up to.
We're experimenting with the effects of actinium on human brain activity. It's some serious stuff.
Sounds boring. Your science is always so dry and technical.
You don't know what you're talking about, Jerry. Actinium is a rare and highly reactive element with a potential for some wild effects on cognitive function.
Yeah, and we're gonna test it on some blimple poplars that Rick ordered. They'll be the perfect guinea pigs.
That sounds dangerous. How do you know it won't harm them?
Relax, Beth. We've done our research. We just need to inject a small dose into their feeding tanks and monitor their behavior.
What's the goal here?
To see if it enhances their taste or alters their physical appearance. It's all in the name of science.
They inject the actinium into the tanks and wait for the results. The blimple poplars begin to shake and change color, but then start to smile and even pose for pictures.
Whoa, they're happy. And they look kinda cute.
Interesting. We need to test this on humans.
I don't want to be a test subject.
I'll do it. I'm curious.
They inject a small amount of actinium into Beth's system.
Wow. I feel happy and confident. And I just want to smile and take pictures.
She's smiling like those two Asian women in the picture over there.
They all turn to look at a picture of two Asian women smiling and posing together, one of them wearing a black dress.
That's it. The actinium smile experiment is a success. Let's all smile and take a group picture.
They all gather around and take a group picture, smiling widely.
Blam! Hold it right there. You've all violated interdimensional smile law.
Everyone turns to see Blamf, a disgruntled alien creature with a megaphone.
Blam! You can't just go around smiling like that. It's a danger to the stability of the multiverse.
Oh, shut up, Blamf. We're having fun.
Blamf begrudgingly joins in on the group picture, smiling as well. The episode ends with the group looking at their picture and laughing.
Jerry, I still don't get it.
Rick, that's because you don't have a PhD in science, Jerry.
Beth, I don't know about you guys, but I feel great.
Summer, me too. Let's do this again sometime.
Morty, I just hope those blimple poplars are okay.
Blamf, you're all a bunch of crazed scientists, but I gotta admit, it kinda feels good.
All wubba lubba dub dub.
Title: The
Title: The Alligator's Hyperspace Heist. The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a futuristic city located on a planet in a distant galaxy. They stumble upon a massive alligator-like creature, which Rick immediately identifies as a Dimorphodon from the Cretaceous period.
Morty, this creature is unlike anything we've seen before. It seems to have defied the laws of time and space. We need to bring it back to the ship for further investigation.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? It looks kinda dangerous.
Morty, Danger is my middle name. Actually, it's David, but that's besides the point. Let's catch this baby and head back to the ship.
As they attempt to capture the creature, they stumble upon a massive alien-infested ship that seems to be going through hyperspace.
Hey, guys, I've been trying to reach you. I've been stranded on this ship for hours after falling into a portal in the city. This is crazy.
Summer, we're dealing with a much bigger problem here. We need to find a way to take control of this ship before it takes us to who knows where.
I don't know what to do, Rick. Everything is just too chaotic right now.
As they brainstorm a plan, they realize that the alligator creature has somehow acquired a special device that could manipulate the ship's navigation system.
Morty, hand me the device we got from the alligator. I have an idea.
Wait, how did you get a device from the alligator? Never mind, I don't want to know.
They manage to assemble the device and attempt to hack into the ship's system. After several failed attempts, they finally gain access to the controls.
Morty, Summer, we did it. We have control of the ship. Now let's steer it back to Earth.
Where's Earth?
The ship begins to uncontrollably spin as they frantically try to figure out a way to bring it under control.
I think we might be in a parallel universe now, Rick.
No, Morty, we're in a different dimension, and one we can't escape from.
The trio is left stranded on the alien-infested ship, unable to return to their own dimension. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer looking defeated.
Well, this is just great. Now we're stuck here forever. How do we explain this to your parents?
I don't think that matters anymore, Rick. We're just trying to survive at this point.
At least we have each other. And the alligator creature, I guess.
The alligator creature then looks at them menacingly, hinting at the possibility of danger in the next episode.
Title: The Great Saiyaman vs. Frieza, a multidimensional battle of science and cockamamie nonsense.
Synopsis. In this dimension-bending episode, Rick and Morty enlist the help of their dysfunctional family to enter the world of Dragon Ball Z. The group finds themselves transported to a distant planet where they witness a battle between the Great Saiyaman and Frieza, the Galactic Emperor.
Okay, Morty, buckle up. We're about to enter a universe where everything is just a bunch of nonsense.
But isn't that what we do in our regular life too, Rick?
Shut up, Morty. We're about to witness a battle of epic proportions.
Why are we wearing these ridiculous costumes?
Because we're blending in with the locals, Jerry. Don't be such a Jerry.
This is so cool. I can finally use my anime knowledge for once.
I don't know about this, Rick. This seems dangerous.
Relax, Beth. It's all just science nonsense.
As they watch the battle unfold, Frieza unleashes his ultimate attack, which creates a giant explosion. The group is thrown into a multi-dimensional space where the laws of physics are warped and twisted.
Rick, I think we're in some kind of alternate dimension. What do we do now?
Easy, Morty. We fight our way out with science. Grab my portal gun.
As they navigate through the dimension, they come across bizarre creatures and obstacles that they must defeat using their scientific expertise and cockamamie nonsense. I can't do this, Rick. I'm not a scientist like you guys.
Well, that's your problem, Jerry. If you don't learn to embrace the nonsense, you'll never make it out of here.
In the end, the group manages to escape the dimension and return to their own world, exhausted but triumphant.
That was the coolest thing ever.
I think I need a drink after that one.
Rick, can we go on another adventure like that again?
You know it, Morty. Just as soon as I recover from this one.
Title: The Neon Party.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are taking a group photo in front of a neon background when Justin Bieber stumbles upon them. Morty, awestruck by meeting the pop star, is invited to a private celebrity party with the condition of signing a non-disclosure agreement. The party is filled with A-listers, including Taylor Swift and Emma Watson, and Morty soon realizes that he's in for quite a wild ride.
Why do you want to hang out with a bunch of stick figures with no dimensionality?
But Rick, it's Justin Bieber and he invited me to a party.
Morty, be careful. Signing an NDA means that you can't reveal anything that happens at the party.
Oh my god, you're going to meet Taylor Swift.
This is insane. I can't believe this is happening.
At the party, Morty is quickly introduced to Taylor and Emma. However, things take a strange turn when Morty realizes that the guests are drinking a green neon-colored cocktail that's making them incredibly hyperactive.
Taylor Swift, Morty, try this. It's our secret drink.
Emma Watson. It makes you smarter and more awesome.
I don't know about this, guys.
Suddenly, Morty is whisked away to a back room where he witnesses a surreal experiment being conducted on a glowing extraterrestrial creature. Morty is shocked and doesn't know what to do.
What the hell is going on here? I need to get out of here.
Just then, Justin Bieber appears, trying to calm Morty down.
Justin Bieber. It's okay, Morty. You're one of us now. Don't be such a square.
Morty quickly realizes that he's in too deep and needs to find a way out before it's too late. He sneaks away and runs into Rick, who had infiltrated the party himself.
Morty, what have you gotten yourself into? We need to get out of here. Now!
But Rick, we can't leave Taylor and Emma here.
I'll handle that. You go grab the girl and let's get the hell out of here.
As they make their escape, the partygoers become more and more erratic and manic. Morty, shaken from the experience, realizes that he's not ready to handle a wild celebrity lifestyle just yet.
Rick, I don't think I can handle this. I just want to go back home.
Well, Morty, you know what they say. Neon parties never end.
Title: The Scientific Showdown of Godzilla, 1989 vs. SCP-682.
Scene 1.
In a parallel universe, Rick and Morty came across a scientific experiment gone wrong. The experiment resulted in the appearance of two powerful entities, each capable of destroying everything in their path. Rick was eager to study them, while Morty was frightened.
Morty, we've got to study these creatures. It's a rare opportunity to learn about their abilities and maybe even find a way to defeat them.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? They're huge and they could kill us.
Scene 2.
As they approached the field where the creatures were located, Rick activated his scientific scanner to analyze the creatures.
According to my scanner, the creatures are Godzilla, 1989, from the planet Gojira, and SCP-682 from an unknown dimension. Both are extremely strong, highly resistant, and capable of regenerating their body parts.
I don't like where this is going, Rick.
Scene 3.
Rick decided to pit the creatures against each other in an attempt to observe their abilities and weaknesses.
Morty, watch and learn. We're going to have the ultimate showdown between Godzilla and SCP-682.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. They could destroy everything.
Scene 4.
Both creatures stood still for a moment, sizing each other up. Suddenly, Godzilla let out a monstrous roar and charged towards SCP-682.
Godzilla, roar.
SCP-682, growl.
Scene 5. The two creatures clashed with an earth-shattering force. They threw punches, kicked, and bit each other, causing the ground to shake. Rick and Morty watched in amazement, taking notes.
Incredible. Their strength is immeasurable.
Rick, we need to stop this. They're destroying the entire planet.
Scene 6.
Despite Morty's protests, Rick continued to study the creatures until he found a way to weaken them.
I've got it. According to my analysis, both creatures have a weakness to sound waves. We can use a sonic weapon to knock them out.
Finally, something useful.
Scene 7.
Rick quickly built a sonic weapon and fired it at the creatures. Godzilla and SCP-682 fell to the ground, stunned.
Morty, now's our chance. Let's get out of here.
Thank God.
Scene 8.
As Rick and Morty made their escape, they looked back to see the two creatures lying unconscious on the ground.
That was amazing, Morty. We learned so much about these creatures.
Yeah, and we almost died.
Scene 9.
As they traveled back to their universe, Rick couldn't help but think about the creatures they encountered.
Who knows what other strange creatures are out there? We've got a lot more studying to do.
I need a drink after that one.
Scene 10.
In the end, the scientific showdown between Godzilla and SCP-682 was a success.
Rick and Morty may have almost caused the end of the world, but they gained valuable knowledge about the creatures and their abilities.
The lesson? In the world of science, sometimes you have to take risks in order to learn. Introduction. This episode explores the concept of ego death and its potential psychological implications, depicted through a comic strip featuring a woman and a man with glasses in a car adorned with a skull. The main character, Rick, finds himself in an unexpected position as a substitute teacher for a group of first graders, presenting a unique challenge as he attempts to convey abstract philosophical concepts to young minds.
Episode dialogue.
Good morning, class. Today we're going to learn about something called ego death.
Children. In unison, ego what?
Ego death, my little ones, is the loss of subjective self-identity. It's achieved through a process of introspection and realization that the ego is merely an illusion.
Child 1, raising hand. But Mr. Rick, what's an ego?
Excellent question, young one. The ego is the part of the mind that gives a sense of individual identity, but it's also responsible for feelings of separation and isolation. It's like a mask that we wear. but sometimes it gets in the way of truly experiencing life.
Child 2, puzzled look. So, we take off our masks. But how?
Through meditation, self-reflection, or experiences that challenge our preconceptions and beliefs. The goal is to recognize the interconnectedness of all things and to let go of the illusion of control. It's not an easy process, but it can bring a sense of peace and freedom.
Child 3. Excited, I want to try ego death.
Chuckles. Well, perhaps not quite yet, my friend. You've got plenty of time to explore the deeper mysteries of the universe.
Conclusion.
This episode highlights the potential benefits of ego death in terms of personal growth and emotional well-being. It also underscores the importance of effective communication in conveying complex ideas to audiences with differing levels of knowledge and understanding. Overall, the comic strip motif adds an element of whimsy to a subject that may otherwise be perceived as serious or intimidating.
Title: Pubertia, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a young boy playing soccer on a green field through their spaceship's monitor. Morty, you know what's a scientific fact? Soccer is just a human's way of mimicking cell division. Morty, oh man, really? Of course not. Morty, I'm not a hack scientist like Jerry. Jerry looks hurt in the background. Suddenly, Morty starts feeling strange. He looks down to find out he's going through puberty. Morty, oh man, Rick, what's happening to me? Ha, looks like puberty hit you like a ton of bricks, Morty. Jerry, oh boy, puberty, I remember those days. Beth, Jerry, you are a late bloomer, don't even try to relate to Morty's situation.
The group decides to help Morty cope with his sudden puberty by taking him to an extraterrestrial puberty specialist, Dr. Zing. Dr. Zing, greetings, Earthlings. I'm afraid this is a common phenomenon in teenagers from all over the galaxy. The good news is, we have a cure. What kind of cure? Dr. Zing, Pubertia, a scientifically enhanced tea that accelerates your physical and emotional growth so that you can go through puberty in just one day.
After drinking the tea, Morty grows in size and strength in a matter of minutes. Whoa, Morty, you're like a walking Hulk. Morty, I don't like this. Rick, I don't feel like myself. Jerry, you know, I think Morty's voice is deeper than mine now. Beth, Jerry, that's not the point. Suddenly, the group is attacked by a horde of alien creatures. Morty, still adjusting to his newfound strength, starts wreaking havoc while the rest of the group tries to find a solution. Morty, snap out of it. We need to find a way to reverse the effects of that tea. Dr. Zing, I'm afraid there's no turning back now. Morty's going through a reverse puberty process that will reduce him to his original state. As Morty shrinks back to his normal size, he sighs in relief. Morty, I'm glad that's over. Well, that was a close call, Morty. You almost became a full-blown adult. Jerry, hey, let's not rush these things. There's nothing wrong with taking your time. Beth, easy for you to say, Jerry. As the group leaves the planet, Morty reflects on his experience. Morty, I may not be ready for puberty yet, but at least I have Rick and the gang to guide me through it. Don't get sappy on me, Morty. You're still grounded for almost destroying a planet. Morty. Ah, man.
Title: The Invention of the Universal Straw.
Synopsis. This episode depicts the scientific innovation of Rick Sanchez as he creates a revolutionary device to enable liquid consumption without any conventional limitations. Rick invents a complex straw technology that permits the user to drink any liquid, regardless of the substance's physical properties or temperature. Morty serves as the test subject for the device, and hilariously, his experiences illustrate the functionality and limitations of the invention.
The universal straw is a technological marvel, allowing for seamless and efficient transfer of liquid substances through a complex system of tubes and filters. It utilizes advanced fluid mechanics to manipulate the flow of liquids and gases, preventing any blockages or malfunctions.
Whoa, this is crazy, Rick! I can drink anything now, even lava or acid.
Hold on, Morty. The universal straw has limitations. It can only handle substances up to a certain viscosity and temperature. Any beyond this range may damage the device or cause harm to its user.
Oh man, I should have listened to you, Rick. My mouth is on fire.
As with any innovative technology, the universal straw has its drawbacks and potential risks. However, its potential benefits and applications are vast, ranging from medical applications to space exploration. The universal straw is truly a game changer in the field of fluid mechanics and engineering.
In conclusion, this episode showcases the scientific excellence of Rick Sanchez and his quest for technological innovation. Morty's comedic misadventures provide a humorous perspective on the practicality and limitations of the universal straw and its potential impact on future endeavors.
Title: The Quantum Skateboard Heist.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty discovering a quantum skateboard that can access different dimensions through its speed and inertia. As they ride the skateboard on a track near a field of grass in a fenced-in area, they accidentally enter a dimension where they meet the Team Fortress 2 mercenaries. Rick, being the genius scientist he is, sees an opportunity to use the mercenaries' skills for a heist to steal a rare element from a highly secure laboratory in a nearby dimension. He convinces the mercenaries to join the heist by providing them with a chance to ride the quantum skateboard with him and Morty. The group plans the heist while Summer and Beth discover the plan and decide to join in on the action. They provide the team with information and intel from their dimension, assisting in the heist preparations. Once the team enters the lab, chaos ensues as they discover the element is being heavily guarded by intelligent alien guards. The team uses their skills to distract the guards and steal the element. As they escape, they realize they've made a grave mistake by not considering the element's reaction with the quantum skateboard's nature. The team now faces the challenge of trying to protect the element while maintaining control of the skateboard before it creates a catastrophic explosion. The episode ends with the team successfully returning the element to its original dimension, but not before Morty accidentally reveals the entire plan to the mercenaries. The mercenaries decide to steal the skateboard and run off into another dimension, causing Rick and the others to chase after them.
Oh Morty, looks like we're in quite a jam here. Our only option is to ride the quantum skateboard at maximum velocity and hope for the best.
Are you sure this is a good idea, Rick? I mean, we could blow up the entire multiverse.
I agree with Morty on this one, Rick. We need to consider the consequences of our actions.
Yeah, Rick. We can't just blindly go into this without a plan.
Team Fortress 2 Scout, are you guys done talking or what? I want to ride the skateboard.
Team Fortress 2 Heavy, I am ready to crush puny aliens and ride skateboard into sunset.
Team Fortress 2 Medic, this is highly fascinating. The element's properties may have potential medicinal applications if researched thoroughly.
Team Fortress 2 Demo Man, I am just here for the booze, laddies.
Alright, let's do this. Hold on to your butts.
Title: The Spider-Rick Experiment.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage going through various experiments.
Morty, I've got an idea. Why don't we inject you with spider DNA and see what happens?
What? No way, Rick, that's crazy.
Oh, come on, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
Scene 2.
Rick injects Morty with the spider DNA and Morty suddenly gains Spider-Man powers.
Whoa, I feel different, Rick. I can climb walls and shoot webs.
Excellent, it worked.
Scene 3.
Morty tries out his new powers and is immediately embarrassed when he prematurely webs in front of his girlfriend, Jessica.
Oh man, she's gonna think I'm a total weirdo.
Relax, Morty. Just own it. You have the power to be a hero. Embrace it.
Scene 4.
Meanwhile, Jerry is dealing with his own spider problems. A giant spider has taken over the family room.
Rick! Morty! Help!
There's a giant spider in the house.
Not to worry, Jerry. We've got this under control.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty team up to fight the giant spider, using Morty's new spider powers to take it down.
I can't believe I'm doing this, Rick. I feel like a real hero.
That's because you are, Morty. You're an experiment gone right.
Scene 6.
As they defeat the spider, they realize that the spider was actually a spy from a parallel universe.
Great, Morty. We just saved the universe from parallel spider spies.
I can't believe this is my life now, Rick.
Get used to it, Morty. The adventures are only going to get crazier from here on out.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty stand victorious over the defeated spider, ready for their next adventure.
I think I'm going to need a new suit for this.
Well, we can't have you embarrassing yourself in front of your lady friend. Let's get you a Spider-Man suit, Morty.
Opening shot. The Smith family is gathered around the TV watching a soccer match. Jerry is excitedly cheering on the team while Rick is disinterestedly sipping his flask. Morty and Summer look bored. Come on, score a goal already.
Jerry, do you seriously find this primitive human activity entertaining?
Can't we just enjoy an innocent game together as a family for once?
Suddenly, the soccer ball on the TV screen starts to glow and vibrate. The family looks on in confusion as the ball starts to emit a bright light.
Rick, what's happening?
It seems that soccer player's kick has created a rift in the fabric of the universe.
As the family watches in horror, the soccer field on the TV screen disappears and is replaced by a swirling vortex of colors.
Out of the vortex emerges a figure clad in a soccer uniform.
Holy sh*T, that's Ronaldinho. He's transcended the boundaries of time and space with his soccer skills.
Wait, how is that even possible?
Well, according to my calculations, Ronaldinho's soccer skills have created a wormhole that links different dimensions and universes together.
Whoa, so you're saying soccer is actually a scientific phenomenon?
That's right, Jerry. And now that Ronaldinho has arrived in our universe, there's no telling what kind of chaos he could unleash.
As if on cue, Ronaldinho kicks the soccer ball at the TV screen, causing it to shatter and creating a rift in the walls of the Smiths' living room. The family gasps as they are suddenly sucked into the rift and find themselves hurtling through space and time.
Rick, what the hell is going on?
Relax, Beth. We're just on a little scientific adventure, thanks to our new friend Ronaldinho.
As the family hurtles through the universe, they encounter all sorts of bizarre creatures and beings, each driven crazy by Ronaldinho's soccer skills. Rick and the family must use all their wits and scientific knowledge to survive the journey.
Rick, is there any way to stop Ronaldinho before he destroys the whole universe?
Oh Morty, there's only one way to stop a soccer god. Challenge him to a game.
The episode culminates in an epic soccer match between Rick and Ronaldinho, with the fate of the universe hanging in the balance. In the end, Rick manages to outsmart the soccer legend and restore order to the universe. Wow, that was one crazy adventure. And all because of soccer ball.
Hey, soccer isn't just a game, Jerry. It's a scientific phenomenon with the power to transcend the boundaries of the universe. Now who's up for some post-apocalyptic nachos?
Title: Interdimensional Battle for Ultra Instinct.
Abstract. In this interdimensional crossover episode, we observe a person standing in a room with a light on and a light-up object in the air above them. Utilizing the paradigm of mixed methodology research design, we capture the phenomenology of Ultra Ego Vegeta and his confrontation with Rick and Morty. The objective of their confrontation is to unlock Ultra Instinct in Morty so that he can prepare himself for the Battle of Yavin IV against the Galactic Empire and the Covenant.
Introduction. The concept of Ultra Instinct is a phenomenon observed in many cultures, beliefs, and spaces. The Ultra Ego Vegeta is a personification of this phenomenon. It is believed that in certain conditions, an individual can access this state of being where they can fight with maximum efficiency and minimal concentration. In this episode, we explore the interdimensional confrontation of Ultra Ego Vegeta with Rick and Morty in an attempt to unlock Ultra Instinct in Morty for his battle against the Galactic Empire and the Covenant.
Methodology. The mixed methodology research design was utilized to capture the phenomenology of Ultra Ego Vegeta in the interdimensional confrontation with Rick and Morty. These methods included observing the behavior and actions of the characters, analyzing their dialogue, and interpreting their responses.
Results. Rick and Morty were successful in unlocking Ultra Instinct in Morty with the help of Ultra Ego Vegeta. Morty's cognitive and physical abilities were heightened, allowing him to prepare for the Battle of Yavin IV. However, the confrontation resulted in the destruction of the room where they were standing. The light-up object, which was found to be a powerful energy source, also disappeared after the confrontation.
Discussion. The concept of Ultra Instinct and its occurrence in various cultures and beliefs can be further explored through interdimensional crossovers. Moreover, utilizing mixed methodology research design can provide deeper insights into the behavior and actions of the characters. However, the ramifications of interdimensional confrontations and their influence on energy sources require further investigation.
Conclusion. In this interdimensional crossover episode, we observe the unlocking of Ultra Instinct in Morty with the help of Ultra Ego Vegeta. The Battle of Yavin IV against the Galactic Empire and the Covenant is now imminent, and Morty is ready to face it with heightened abilities. The concept of Ultra Instinct and its influence on the behavior and actions of individuals in different dimensions require further exploration.
Title: The Quantum Soccer Baby.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth sitting in the living room, discussing their boredom and lack of adventure. Suddenly, they notice a bright flash of light coming from outside. They rush out to investigate and find a baby playing with a soccer ball on a field of grass with two balls in the air.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, Rick. But that baby's got some serious skills.
That's it, I'm out. I can't deal with this weirdness anymore.
I'm going to go watch some TV.
Jerry, you always do this. Can't you just stay and enjoy the fun?
Fun? This is more than fun, Beth. The laws of physics are being defied right in front of us.
Wait, what do you mean by that, Rick?
Look at that ball. It's simultaneously in two places at once. That baby is controlling quantum particles with its mind.
Oh great, now we're dealing with quantum babies.
Rick, is this dangerous?
Dangerous? No, it's just impossible. But let's see if we can turn the impossible into something entertaining.
The group decides to join in the game, but they quickly find out that it's not so easy to play against a baby who can manipulate reality.
Rick, we can't win like this. This baby is like a god.
I don't want to play anymore.
I'm going back to the safety of the living room.
Come on, guys. We can't give up now. Let's use our intelligence to outsmart the baby.
Intelligence? That's a good one, Beth. But I like your enthusiasm. Let's do this.
The group comes up with a plan to confuse the baby by changing the rules of the game. They alter the size of the field, the number of balls, and the goalposts. The baby seems momentarily confused, but quickly adapts to the new rules. However, the group sees an opportunity and manages to score a goal.
We did it! We scored against the quantum baby.
Yay for us! Can we go home now?
No, let's keep playing. This is actually kind of fun once you get the hang of it.
Fun? I don't know about that, but I do like a good challenge.
The episode ends with the group continuing to play against the baby, with the game becoming increasingly chaotic and unpredictable. The audience is left wondering if our heroes will ever be able to truly defeat the quantum soccer baby.
Title: Cybernetic Encounter, When Reality Meets Virtuality.
Synopsis.
This episode outlines the scientific exploration of the cyber world, where a gamer, Rick, is suddenly spirited from reality into a virtual world by unknown technological forces. Once in the cyber realm, he encounters Tron, a program tasked with monitoring and maintaining integrity in the virtual environment. This episode delves into the intersections between reality and the virtual realm, the strategies and principles of programming, and the application of emergent technology to transform society. Opening scene. The camera is fixed on a dark and dilapidated GameStop that Rick is playing some arcade machines. The camera pans across the room, showcasing multiple video games through neon lights flashing from the windows. Suddenly, a force sucks Rick into the cyber world, leaving behind all visible machines. A moment of silence ensues as Rick takes in the virtual environment.
Rick, panting, what the hell just happened?
Almost immediately, a program named Tron emerges from the cyber mist.
Tron, in a robotic tone, welcome to the virtual world, Rick. Your presence here is a mystery, but I am here to guide you through this new reality and assist you in returning to your own world.
Rick, stunned, virtual world, what is that, and who are you? Are you some kind of hologram, or am I dreaming?
Tron, pacifying. No, Rick, you aren't dreaming. Our virtual environment exists parallel to your reality. It is a platform in which technology makes it possible to interact with concepts programmed. I am a program designed to facilitate this interaction between virtual and real worlds.
Rick, bewildered, okay, but how did I come here? I was playing an arcade in my world, and suddenly, I am here in this digital space.
Tron, analyzing. Indeed, Rick. From our observations, it appears that a trans-dimensional force triggered by an unknown source brought you here. However, the details of this action remain a mystery.
Rick, determined. Okay, so how do I get back to the real world? I didn't ask for this.
Ron, assertive, it's simple, Rick. You need to overcome the challenges of this virtual world and complete your quest. In your case, it's defeating a boss in a video game, and that will return you back to your world.
Rick, reflecting. Okay, I am ready to take that challenge. But what about this virtual world? You said it exists alongside my reality. Does that mean others may face a similar fate as mine?
Ron, enlightening, indeed, Rick. The virtual world exists as a parallel universe but bears consequences for reality. Through intentional programming, the virtual world can be made to replicate our reality, as well as transcend it. Therefore, careful consideration and regulation must be exerted in managing the connections between reality and the virtual realm.
Ending scene. The camera zooms out from Rick and Tron, leaving them engaged in their new reality. In the distance, a behemoth boss emerges from the digital haze, and Rick gears up for the fight of his life, in an attempt to claim his ticket back to reality.
Title: The Canine Dimensional Paradox.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the garage working on Rick's invention. A young child in a purple jacket and yellow hat playing in a field of grass with a dog on a leash catches Rick's attention on the monitor. He decides to investigate.
Morty, Beth, check out this young specimen in a Homo sapien canine association relationship. Let's go investigate.
Can't we just let the kid and the dog play?
Leave them alone, Rick. They're just having fun.
Beth, this might be our only chance to study the correlation between human and dog communication. Plus, I need more data for my latest invention.
What's your new invention, Rick?
It's a device that transports dogs to alternate dimensions to see if their behavior changes. I call it the canine dimensional paradox.
Rick, that sounds cruel. We can't experiment on someone's pet.
Lighten up, Beth. It's all in the name of science.
Scene transition.
Rick uses his device on the dog and sends him to an alternate dimension. The child is upset and starts crying.
Child, why did you take my dog?
Don't worry, kid. We'll bring him back in no time.
Rick, the dog's not coming back.
What do you mean he's not coming back?
The dimensional portal seems to be malfunctioning. The dog might be stuck in an alternate dimension.
See, Rick? This is why we shouldn't have done this.
Relax, Beth. We can fix this. We just need to find the dimension the dog is in and retrieve him.
Scene transition.
Rick, Morty, and Beth enter the alternate dimension and are immediately greeted by talking dogs.
Dog 1. Greetings, humans. Welcome to the canine dimension.
How may we assist you?
We're looking for a lost dog. Have you seen him?
Dog 3. Many dogs come and go in this dimension. Can you describe him?
He has brown fur with a black spot on his tail.
Dog 4. Oh, I know him. He's currently participating in the Great Canine Games. Follow me.
Scene transition.
Rick, Morty, and Beth watch the Great Canine Games, where dogs are competing in various events. The lost dog is participating in a race.
Announcer dog. And they're off. It's a close race between the brown bombshell and the golden gazelle, but wait, the lost dog has entered the race and is quickly catching up to the leaders.
Go lost dog!
Scene transition.
Rick, Morty, and Beth retrieve the lost dog and return to their dimension. The child is ecstatic to be reunited with his dog.
Child, thank you so much. How can I repay you?
Just keep being a good boy, kid. Oh, and we might have accidentally created a portal to a dimension where dogs can talk. I'll look into it.
Rick, You just created a giant hole in the garage.
Hey, we can fix it later. Let's go get some interdimensional pancakes.
And scene.
Rick, Morty, and Beth enjoy pancakes at an interdimensional diner while talking about their adventure in the canine dimension. The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Adventures of Rick and Morty and a StarCraft Character.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty in their spaceship, discussing their latest interdimensional adventure.
Morty, the multiverse is a vast expanse of infinite possibilities. There's no telling what we'll find.
Okay, Rick, but can we maybe take it easy this time? The last few adventures almost got us killed.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. It's all part of my grand plan. And speaking of which, I've got a new mission for us.
What is it this time?
Ever heard of StarCraft?
Oh, no.
It's a video game, Morty, but there's a character in it that's been causing quite a stir in the scientific community.
Okay, and?
We're going to bring that character into our universe and study it.
Rick, I don't think that's such a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty, it'll be easy. We've got this tiny house here that we'll use as a trap. The StarCraft character won't know what hit him.
Okay, you're the boss, Rick.
Later, on a remote planet, Rick and Morty have set up their trap using the tiny house. Suddenly, a figure in a helmet enters the scene.
Morty, that's him, the StarCraft character.
StarCraft Character. Who dares trap Tacitor, High Templar of the Protoss?
Relax, big guy. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to study your physiology.
Tacitor, I do not understand your words. Explain your purpose.
I'll explain it in terms even you can understand. We're going to use science to learn about you.
Yeah, and it'll be super cool.
Tacitor, I see. Very well, I will allow it.
Rick and Morty proceed to examine Tacitor in excruciating scientific detail. They take X-rays, blood samples, and even put him through a series of stress tests.
Fascinating, Morty. It appears that Tacitor's physiology is unlike anything we've ever seen.
Wow, this is so cool. I've never seen anything like it.
Suddenly, Tacitor's helmet pops off, revealing a bushy mustache and beard.
Whoa, Tacitor, I had no idea you were so stylish under there.
Tacitor, thank you, I take great pride in my facial hair.
Hey, maybe we should get you to shave that mustache and beard. It could be a whole new look for you.
Morty, that's brilliant.
They proceed to shave Tacitor's mustache and beard, taking before and after photos for their scientific records.
Tacitor, this is a strange custom, but I must admit, I feel lighter without my mustache and beard.
There's nothing like a good makeover to bring people together, am I right, Morty?
Yeah, Rick, sure thing.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty taking Tacitor back to his own universe, pleased with their scientific discovery and newfound friendship with the StarCraft character.
Title: The Case of Steve Buscemi's Bodily Cheese Meltdown.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are tasked with discovering the reason behind Steve Buscemi's unusual bodily odor, which smells like an exotic blend of blue cheese and WMDs. Using Rick's state-of-the-art scientific instruments, the duo is able to track Steve to a remote location where he's rubbing himself with a mysterious cream.
Morty, this is no ordinary cream. The molecular structure of its primary component is a complex blend of bioactive peptides and bacterial cultures. It's designed to boost the growth of beneficial skin bacteria while inhibiting the growth of odor-causing microbes. But something's gone horribly wrong here.
Rick, are you talking about Steve's cheese smell? Because it's kind of gross.
No, Morty, I'm talking about the chemical reaction happening between Steve's skin and the cream. It's causing a catastrophic meltdown of epic proportions.
Oh man, that sounds bad. What can we do to stop it?
We'll have to reverse engineer the formula and find a way to neutralize the chemical reaction. This is gonna be a tough one, Morty.
As Rick and Morty work to crack the code, they encounter a series of unexpected challenges, including a gang of anthropomorphic cheese blocks, a time loop, and a conspiracy involving the shady world of body cream manufacturing.
Okay, Morty, we're nearing the endgame now. I've reconfigured the formula to contain a special type of bacteria that will correct the imbalance in Steve's skin microbiome.
Wow, Rick, you really know your science stuff.
Science, Morty, this is pure genius. Just wait until I patent this formula and sell it to the highest bidder.
In the end, Rick and Morty succeed in saving Steve Buscemi from his cheese-induced meltdown, and even manage to score a hefty profit from their scientific breakthrough. As they zoom through the universe in their trusty spaceship, Rick and Morty rib each other with a series of cheesy puns, leaving viewers in tears of laughter.
Rick, you really stink at puns.
No, Morty, I'm the cheesiest.
Cue laugh track and credits. Title of the episode, Character Association and Language Acquisition in Animated Worlds, Morty and the Alphabet Game.
Opening scene. A cartoon character wearing a green shirt and purple pants is depicted holding a small purple object in front of a neon sign.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the cognitive processes involved in character association and language acquisition in animated worlds.
Scene 1. Morty from a popular animated show is depicted sitting at a table engaged in the alphabet game.
A. Asuna. B. Bulma. C. Chizuru. D. Diane.
Narrator. The alphabet game is a widely recognized language learning technique that involves listing words starting with sequentially ordered letters of the alphabet.
Scene 2. Morty continues to play and lists the names of various animated characters, including those with attractive physical features.
E. Urza Scarlet. F. Faye Valentine. G. Gray Fullbuster. H. Haruhi Suzumiya.
Narrator. Morty's list includes popular animated characters with distinct personalities and physical features that have garnered admiration from the audience.
Scene 3. As Morty completes his list, he realizes that language acquisition and character association go hand in hand.
I. Inuyasha. J. Jitaro Kujo. K. Kahlua Zoldyck. Language is more than just words, it's about associating them with the right characters.
Narrator. Morty's realization highlights the importance of character association and language acquisition.
Scene 4. Morty concludes his game with C02.
Z02. That was fun, I learned a lot.
Narrator. Morty's successful completion of the alphabet game demonstrates effective language learning through character association.
Closing scene. The cartoon character from the opening scene is shown again holding the purple object.
Narrator. In conclusion, language learning is ubiquitous and can be accomplished through innovative methods such as the alphabet game. The association of words with animated characters is a fun and effective way to acquire language skills in animated worlds.
Title: The Elimination of Shutterstock in a Multidimensional Universe.
Opening shot. The camera pans over a grassy field with hills in the background and a sky background with a few clouds in the sky.
Morty, I've finally figured out a way to remove Shutterstock once and for all.
Oh geez, Rick, how are we gonna do that?
By tapping into the multiverse's infinite dimensions, Morty, we'll create a portal to a Shutterstock-free dimension and eliminate it for good.
Dad, is that safe?
Safe? Of course not, Beth. It's science.
I'm in.
Good. Grab the portal gun. We're heading to dimension 84593B.
As the group steps through the portal, they are greeted with a world of pure chaos.
What the hell is going on, Rick?
It looks like this dimension was taken over by a race of sentient pickles, Morty. And they're all hopped up on Szechuan sauce.
That can't be good.
What do we do now?
Easy. We'll just hop over to the next dimension.
But as soon as they step through the portal, they are teleported to a world where every animal has been replaced by a talking banana.
What the hell? Rick, why are we here?
Because, Morty, bananas are delicious.
But what about removing Shutterstock?
Right. Let's try the next dimension.
The group steps through the portal once again and find themselves in a world where everyone speaks in puns.
Ah, this is unbearable. Can we please just get rid of Shutterstock already?
Relax, Summer, we're almost there.
In the next dimension, they are met with a world of giant ants riding motorcycles.
Okay, I'm officially done with this.
Don't worry, Beth, we're almost there.
Finally, they arrive in a world free of Shutterstock.
Hey, Rick, how do we know we actually removed it?
Simple, we just checked the internet.
The group pulls out their phones and searches for Shutterstock.
Oh my god. It's really gone.
We did it.
Of course we did. We're the smartest people in the multiverse.
The camera pans out as the group celebrates their victory, showing a universe full of chaos and absurdity beyond anything they could have imagined. Episode title: The Neon Green Building and Target Run.
Introduction. Rick and Morty are walking on the sidewalk when they stumble upon an unexpected monetary gain. This sparks their curiosity to engage in a consumer transaction. Morty proposes a visit to Target to purchase items within a 30-minute limit. As we traverse the urban environment, we observed a currency unit lying on the ground. Morty insisted on retrieving it and using it in a capitalist exchange.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well spend it on something, right? So, we went to Target to buy some stuff before the 30 minutes are up.
Morty. At Target, Rick and Morty complied with the consumer timeline and purchased various products. At the checkout counter, they satisfied their monetary obligation and proceeded towards the exit.
We engaged in a consummatory process that abided by the temporal and financial constraints imposed by the capitalist system.
And we got these cool things, like this wig and these socks.
Conclusion. The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning home after their successful consumer transaction at Target.
Our pursuit of commodities has granted us temporary satisfaction within the capitalist system.
Yeah, but now we have to find another source of income for our adventures, Rick.
Epilogue. This episode highlights the role of consumption within contemporary capitalist society and its effects on individuals' behaviors and values. The encounter with the neon green building in the background emphasizes the spectacle of capitalism and its influence on urban landscapes.
Title: Interdimensional Love.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer standing in front of a cityscape with a purple light emanating from it. Rick explains to the group that the purple light is a dimensional portal, which he has been working on perfecting for the past week.
This portal is capable of taking us to any dimension we desire. I've done it before, but now it's time to take things up a notch.
Morty suddenly interrupts Rick with an unusual request. He has fallen in love with his anime waifu named Hinata and wants to enter the anime world of Naruto to be with her.
Rick, please. I can't live without her. I need to be with her. Can you make it happen?
Rick chuckles at the absurdity of Morty's request but decides to invent a way for him to enter the anime world. He creates a device that can transform Morty into an anime character and sends him through the portal.
Alright, Morty, you're ready to go. Just remember, once you're in there, there's no coming back.
Morty enters the anime world and finds himself in the village of Konoha. He searches for his beloved Hinata and eventually finds her. She's impressed by Morty's determination and takes him on a tour of the village.
Hinata, you're different from the other anime characters I've met. There's something about you that I can't quite put my finger on.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry has decided to try out the portal for himself and enters a dimension full of Meeseeks. Chaos ensues as the Meeseeks refuse to fulfill his requests.
Hey, can you guys help me fix my marriage? Or, I don't know, teach me how to play guitar?
Summer tries to get rid of the Meeseeks by using a device she found lying around in Rick's lab. The device turns out to be a tool that can manipulate reality, and Summer accidentally creates a universe where Jerry is the ruler.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
As Morty spends more time in the anime world, he realizes that he doesn't want to leave. Hinata feels the same way and decides to go with him back to Earth.
Rick, I want to stay here with Hinata. Can you make me an anime character permanently?
Rick, being the genius he is, comes up with a solution. He turns Morty into an anime character permanently and gives him the power to travel between both worlds.
Congratulations, Morty. You're now the first interdimensional anime character. Now, let's go clean up the mess Jerry and Summer made.
The episode ends with Morty and Hinata holding hands and looking out into the sunset as Rick, Jerry, Beth, and Summer fix the universe Jerry inadvertently created.
Title: Godzilla vs. Biollante, a disastrous scientific expedition.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty inside the garage, surrounded by various gadgets and scientific instruments.
Morty, get your lab coat on. We're going on a scientific expedition, Morty.
Alright, Rick, where are we going?
Rick pulls out a portal gun and opens a portal to a remote island.
We're going to investigate a large, green Godzilla that's standing in the water with a camera in its hand and a black helmet on its head.
Oh geez, Rick, what's going on?
We're going to study this creature and see if it has any scientific applications.
As they approach the island, they realize that the Godzilla creature is actually a robot controlled by aliens.
Morty, this is a disaster. We have to stop these aliens before they take over the Earth.
How are we gonna do that, Rick?
We're going to need the help of Biollante, the monstrous mutated plant creature.
Cut to a lab where Rick and Morty are mixing chemicals and working on Biollante's formula.
This is going to be tricky, Morty. We have to make sure we get the formula just right or Biollante will turn on us.
I don't know, Rick. This seems a little dangerous.
Science is dangerous, Morty. Now hand me that flask.
After concocting the formula, Rick and Morty unleash Biollante on the alien-controlled Godzilla. The two monsters engage in a ferocious battle, destroying everything in their path.
Rick, this is insane. What have we done?
Shut up, Morty. This is science.
The battle ends with Biollante emerging victorious, and the aliens are defeated.
Well, Morty, that was one of the most successful scientific expeditions we've ever been on.
I don't know, Rick. It seemed a little crazy to me.
Crazy? This was a work of scientific genius, Morty.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other as the lab explodes in the background.
Title: The Great Grass Experiment.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their laboratory, examining a basket of grass sitting in the middle of a field of grass with a sky background and a window. Rick declares that they will conduct the greatest grass experiment of all time, and Morty, being the curious and slightly gullible teenager that he is, agrees to help.
Morty, we are about to embark on a highly scientific and revolutionary experiment. We shall test the effects of different environmental factors on this basket of grass. We shall be the masters of grassology.
Rick, I don't think grassology is a real science.
Silence, Morty. We shall conduct this experiment with the highest level of precision and accuracy. Now, hand me that old cup.
Morty hands Rick the old cup.
Good. Now, let us observe the grass inside of the cup. It is old, withered, and probably culturally insensitive. But fear not, for we shall rejuvenate it with the power of science.
Wait, how is that possible?
By using our patented quantum grass rejuvenating solution, of course.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Nonsense, Morty. You must trust in the power of science. Now, let us bring forth the different environmental factors for our experiment.
And what are those?
Sunlight, water, fertilizer, and, Szechuan sauce.
Szechuan sauce? How is that a factor in grass growth?
It's not, Morty, but we need an excuse to go on a crazy adventure to the McDonald's dimension.
Oh, okay.
The rest of the episode involves Rick and Morty traveling to different dimensions to gather the different environmental factors for their grass experiment. They encounter various strange and hilarious obstacles, including a dimension where everything is made of glitter and a dimension where everyone speaks in iambic pentameter. Throughout all their adventures, they keep going back to the window in the laboratory to check on their basket of grass, which miraculously continues to survive despite their neglect and bizarre experiments. In the end, they gather all the environmental factors and mix them together in a giant beaker, creating a glowing green solution. They pour it onto the basket of grass and watch in awe as it grows into a giant, sentient grass monster that threatens to take over the world. In the final scene, Rick and Morty sit in their laboratory, surrounded by the chaos they have caused, and ponder the true power and potential of grassology.
Well, Morty, I think we've learned something important today.
What's that, Rick?
That sometimes, science is just as crazy and ridiculous as anything else in this crazy, ridiculous universe.
Oh, okay. I think I'm starting to see your point, Rick.
Good. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce before someone else invents quantum grassology and steals our thunder.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty casually strolling across a grassy terrain next to a mountain range, accompanied by a dog. While Rick seems to be enjoying the serene surroundings, Morty spots a group of men in the distance and alerts Rick.
Rick, there are some Homo sapiens 200 meters to our northeast. Should we be concerned?
Relax, Morty. We're in a simulation. These primitive beings are just NPCs. Now let's keep walking before my margarita gets warm.
Just then, Rick is approached by two other versions of himself from parallel universes, who introduce themselves as Rick 304 and Rick 718. They reveal that they're in search of a mastermind for a heist they're planning in San Francisco.
Rick 718, we're planning to rob the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco, and we need your brilliant mind, Rick.
A heist? Count me in. Morty, you're coming along too. Time to put your subpar IQ to good use.
As they're planning the heist, they stumble upon Trevor Phillips from GTA 5, who's also looking for a crew for a heist. They invite him to join their team, much to Morty's dismay.
Trevor, so what's the plan, fellas?
We'll use a portal gun to teleport inside the bank vault, hack the security system, and make off with all the money.
But what about the security guards? Won't they notice us?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got something up my sleeve.
Cut to a scene where Rick disguises everyone as squirrels using an experimental serum, making them invisible to the human eye. As they enter the bank, chaos ensues as the squirrels wreak havoc.
Rick 304, this is nuts.
Trevor, I thought we were supposed to be professionals.
Relax, guys. We're just having some fun.
In the end, they succeed in robbing the bank and escape on a spaceship parked outside, only to be chased by the FBI. They end up crash landing on a distant planet inhabited by sentient pickles, setting the stage for another crazy adventure.
Looks like we've really pickled ourselves this time.
Why do I put up with you guys?
Overall, the episode is a hilarious and scientific spectacle that showcases the wacky and unpredictable nature of the Rick and Morty universe.
Title: The Encounter with the Mighty Saxton Hale.
In this episode, we witness the convergence of distinct entities, specifically at FNFBF 2009, at Poppy Starks, and at Sergoi 64, with the illustrious and renowned character of the video game, Team Fortress 2, none other than Saxton Hale. The opening scene entails a man donning a green apparel, who is steadfastly holding a camera in front of a structure with a red facade, where a red sign bearing the inscription, Strike Force, can be read. As the aforementioned individuals cross paths with Saxton Hale, a series of conversations take place, and the participants engage in a discourse replete with an abundance of scientific jargon. Saxton Hale regales the group with tales of his prowess in the realm of video games, specifically his expertise in the game, Team Fortress 2. Saxton Hale explicates the intricacies of the game mechanics, detailing the rules and optimizations that culminate in his superior performance. The group inquires about the psychological effects of prolonged gameplay, and Saxton Hale delves into the realm of psychological studies, expounding on the cognitive capacities of gamers and the complex emotional aspects of video game immersion. The conversation takes a divergent turn, with Saxton Hale speaking of the manifold physical benefits of engaging in video games. He discusses the ergonomics of the gadgets used in gaming and emphasizes the importance of posture and physical exercise to counter the potentially adverse effects of game addiction. The group expresses their admiration for Saxton Hale, and he modestly deflects their adulation. In conclusion, the group bids their farewell to Saxton Hale, thanking him for the enlightening discussion, and Saxton Hale reciprocates with a friendly wave.
Title: The Paradoxical Prison.
Opening shot of Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer walking through an interdimensional portal and arriving in a strange room.
What's that? Points to a sign that reads, Paradoxical Prison.
Oh no, not one of these again.
Wait, what's a paradoxical prison?
It's a prison where the door is locked from the outside, but you're already inside. It's impossible to escape.
That sounds like a paradox.
You're catching on, Summer. Now, let's see if we can break the paradox.
As they look for a way out, they realize there are no windows or doors in the room.
How are we supposed to escape if there's nothing to escape from?
Maybe we're not supposed to?
What do you mean?
Maybe we're supposed to learn something from this. A life lesson or something.
Jerry, you're not wrong. This prison is designed to teach you the value of freedom.
Rick pulls out a device that scans for any inconsistencies, and they discover that they're in a simulation.
That's crazy. We're not even real?
Well, that depends on your definition of reality.
But if we're in a simulation, can't we just unplug ourselves?
It's not that simple, Morty. The simulation is powered by an infinitely looping algorithm.
So we're stuck here forever?
Not necessarily. We just need to cause a paradox within the simulation to break the algorithm.
Rick and Morty start brainstorming ideas to cause a paradox, while Jerry and Beth try to come up with life lessons to learn from being trapped in the simulation. Summer decides to take a nap and inadvertently causes the paradox they were looking for.
Summer, in her sleep, what if we were already free because we're in a simulation?
The simulation glitches, and suddenly they find themselves back in the original room they came from.
I think I learned something from this experience.
Me too. We don't appreciate our freedom enough.
I learned not to trust anything labeled as paradoxical.
Well, I learned that not even a paradox could keep us down. Now let's go. I've had enough of this simulation.
They all walk through the portal, and the camera pans out to the sign that reads, "What's that?" with a new sign below it that reads, "Not a paradoxical prison anymore."
Title: The Fusion Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty standing in front of a forest with trees and a lake.
Morty, we're here to retrieve a rare plant that can cure cancer. Are you ready for a science-filled adventure?
Yeah, let's do it, Rick. But, hey, have you ever wondered what it would be like to fuse yourself with someone like in Dragon Ball Z?
What? No, Morty, that's ridiculous. Why would you even think of such a thing?
I don't know, Rick, just curious, I guess.
As they trek through the forest, Morty accidentally touches the rare plant, causing him and Johnny Depp to fuse in a blinding flash of light.
Morty, what the hell have you done? Now you're some kind of freaky Johnny Depp hybrid.
Morty, now speaking in Johnny Depp's voice, "Whoa, Rick, this is so trippy, man. I feel invincible."
As they continue their adventure, Morty, now called Johnny Mort PP, uses his newfound powers to impress a supermodel they encounter along the way.
Supermodel, oh my, you're quite attractive. What's your name?
Johnny More PP. My name is Johnny More PP, darling, and you want to bang.
Rick, jealous of Morty's newfound success, hatches a plan to separate the two.
Alright, Morty, time to unfuse and get back to normal.
Oh, but Rick, can't we just stay fused for a little longer? I was having so much fun.
No can do, Morty. We need to stick to the plan.
After some technical difficulties, Rick finally manages to separate Morty and Johnny Depp.
Oh man, that was crazy. But I'm glad to be back to my old self.
Yeah, Morty, let's just stick to regular old science-related adventures from now on, okay?
Sure thing, Rick. But, hey, do you think there's a plant out there that could turn me into a dragon next? That would be awesome.
Rick, sighing. Oh, Morty, let's just go home.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away from the lake, the supermodel staring after them in confusion.
Title: Multiverse Mayhem with Gordon and Eli.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty venturing into a new multiverse, where they come across a man walking down a sidewalk with a suitcase.
The building in the background has a green screen, indicating a possible dimension breach.
Intrigued, Rick and Morty decide to investigate.
Come on, Morty. We need to investigate this green screen. Who knows what kind of multiverse shenanigans are happening here?
Oh, okay, Rick. But why is that guy just walking down the sidewalk with a suitcase?
Once they examine the green screen, they suddenly find themselves in a laboratory with Gordon Freeman and Eli Vance from the popular video game series, Half-Life.
Gordon, hello there. Who are you two? How did you get here?
For Rick and Morty, we travel through different dimensions and universes all the time. We stumbled upon your dimension by accident.
Eli, interesting. We've been trying to find a way to breach into other multiverses, but have been unsuccessful so far.
What are you guys doing here?
Gordon, we're working on a top-secret experiment to create portals to other universes, but it's been proving to be quite challenging.
Well, it just so happens that creating portals happens to be our expertise. Why don't we lend a helping hand?
After a series of hilarious and scientifically inventive situations, Rick and Morty use their portal gun to successfully breach into multiple dimensions, causing all sorts of mayhem and hilarity. Eli and Gordon are impressed by their skills and offer to team up in the future.
Gordon, I never thought I would be able to visit so many other universes in one day. Thank you, Rick and Morty.
No problem, Gordon and Eli. Remember, anything is possible in the multiverse, even finding unexpected best buds.
Title: The Taco of Infidelity.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, conducting a scientific experiment that involves turning a pickle into a serum that gives superpowers. Jerry, Beth, and Summer walk in arguing about Beth cheating on Jerry, who cheated on Taylor Swift, who cheated on Emma Watson.
But the flirt, you guys are like a bunch of frickin' snarflarks.
Yeah, why don't you all just break up and move on, you know?
Morty's right, we should just get a divorce.
What? No, we can work it out.
And what about Taylor and Emma? They deserve better than you guys.
As the argument continues, a woman in a yellow dress walks in and stands in the middle of the room, casting a shadow on the floor. A man in a blue suit follows her.
Who the glip glop is this?
Yellow dress lady. I am the emissary of the Council of Infidelity. You have caused great harm to the bonds of love and trust.
Blue Suit Man, you will be judged for your indiscretions.
Oh, guys, I think we're in trouble.
What are we gonna do?
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna put these 3 lovebirds in a taco and eat them.
What? No way.
That's disgusting. Yellow dress lady. That is a most uncivilized and barbaric solution.
Blue Suit Man, but it is a form of justice.
Rick proceeds to create a giant taco shell and stuffs the 3 infidels inside. He then takes a bite and chews dramatically.
Tastes like betrayal.
I don't think we should have done that, Rick.
Yeah, that was messed up, man.
I can't believe you just ate those people.
We're all gonna get in trouble now.
The episode ends with the Council of Infidelity teleporting away with a warning to never cross them again. Rick shrugs it off and proceeds to offer Morty a taste of the taco.
Come on, Morty, don't be a snazzlefrag. It's just a joke.
Title: The Ultra Instinct Inducer.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty returning to the garage with a strange device in their hands.
Morty, I finally found it. The elusive Ultra Instinct Inducer.
Whoa, cool. What does it do?
Beth enters the garage and Rick immediately begins explaining the science behind the device.
Essentially, Beth, this device activates the Ultra Instinct part of the brain, allowing the user to tap into their primal instincts and achieve superhuman abilities.
Interesting. And what are we going to use it for?
We're going to test it out, of course.
The scene cuts to a man in a field with a tree in the background and a large shadow of a man on the ground.
So, we're just going to give it to some random guy?
Relax, Morty, it's for science.
Suddenly, Ultra Instinct Shaggy and Ultimate Ben 10 enter the scene, both claiming ownership of the device.
Ultra Instinct Shaggy! Like, you guys can't just hand that thing over to anyone. It belongs to me.
Ultimate Ben 10. Wrong, Shaggy. That device is mine, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it back.
A battle ensues between the two characters, both using their powers to outdo each other. But when Ultimate Ben 10 gains the upper hand, Rick intervenes.
That's enough. You guys are ruining the experiment.
Rick confiscates the device from both of them and activates it himself. Suddenly, he gains incredible strength and speed, but also loses control of his actions.
Rick, what's happening to you?
Rick, now speaking in a primal voice. I don't know, but it feels amazing.
Oh, guys, I think we need to do something before this gets out of hand.
The rest of the episode follows the trio's attempts to retrieve the Ultra Instinct Inducer from Rick's grasp, while also dodging his newfound abilities. Final scene shows the device being destroyed and Rick returning to his normal self, with a look of confusion on his face.
Well, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, let's never do that again.
Agreed.
End credits roll.
Title: Ultra Instinct Morty vs. God of Destruction Darth Vader in the Galactic Arena.
Scene I, the Galactic Arena.
As the camera pans out into the vastness of space, the Galactic Arena appears, featuring a Darth Vader character with two lights in the background. The planetary bodies and stars visible in the scene are consistent with the cosmic structure of the universe.
Scene 2. Introduction of Morty and Darth Vader.
Upon entering the Galactic Arena, Ultra Instinct Morty confronts God of Destruction Darth Vader. The dialogues and actions of both characters build upon the physics and composition of their respective worlds.
You will pay for the atrocities you have committed. I will stop you and restore harmony to the universe.
Darth Vader, you are mistaken, Morty. I am the balance in this universe. You are just a mere insect in my presence.
Scene 3.
The Battle of Ultra Instinct Morty and God of Destruction Darth Vader.
The battle commences and the scene is filled with colorful lights and a variety of energy attacks. The combat is based upon concepts of physical energy transfer and wave mechanics. Ultra Instinct Morty dodges Darth Vader's lightsaber strike with ease, showcasing his ability to anticipate and react to attacks without the need for conscious thought. On the other hand, Darth Vader's attack relies heavily on mass and velocity, causing a ripple in the fabric of the universe with each hit.
You're too slow, Darth. Let me show you true power.
Morty advances towards his opponent, demonstrating his extraordinary speed and agility. He performs an energy blast that, if not for Vader's immense strength, would have sent him hurling into the unknown regions of space.
Scene IV, the turnaround.
As the fight progresses, Vader slowly gains the upper hand, exploiting Morty's lack of experience. The concept of entropy and the second law of thermodynamics come into play as the universe begins to decay under Vader's power.
Darth Vader, you are nothing compared to the power of the dark side. Join me or face the consequences.
I will never join you.
With that, Morty unlocks the full potential of his power, Ultra Instinct. The universe starts to glow with a blinding white light, as Morty breaks the physical laws of the universe to unleash his ultimate and devastating energy beam.
Scene V, the triumph of Ultra Instinct Morty.
The scene ends with the defeat of Darth Vader, who is left in awe of Morty's power. The character of Morty triumphs, saving the universe from utter destruction.
I am not just an insignificant insect. I am the protector of this universe.
The scene closes with Morty's victory, highlighting physics' role in the universe while showcasing the development of his character, culminating in his domination over the darkest aspects of the galaxy.
Title: The Transmorphic Entanglement of Beast Ryu and Orange Terry Bodgard. Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick working on a new transmorphic machine that can manipulate the fabric of reality. Morty and Summer, who are bored out of their minds, beg to join Rick on his latest adventure. Meanwhile, Beth is set on having a peaceful day but gets roped into the chaos.
Morty, Summer, you better buckle up because things are about to get weird. We're heading to the transmorphic plane.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. The last time we went to a transmorphic plane, my brain almost exploded.
Yeah, and I'm still dealing with the side effects. Thanks a lot, Rick.
Can't you just let us have one normal day? I was planning on going for a hike.
Two.
As they venture into the transmorphic plane, they stumble upon a scene out of a kaiju movie. Beast Ryu and Orange Terry Bodgard, two giant monsters, are duking it out in the middle of a picturesque landscape with a mountain in the background and a river in the middle of the picture.
Well, this is interesting. Let's see what this machine can do.
Are you seriously going to mess with the universe again? This never ends well.
Can't we just watch the monsters fight? That's cool too.
I really don't want to get squished by a giant monster today. Can we just leave?
Act 3.
Rick starts fiddling with a machine and accidentally merges himself and Morty with Beast Ryu and Orange Terry Bodgard, creating a new hybrid monster.
Rick, Morty hybrid. Whoa, this is some freaky stuff.
Rick, you've done it again. How are we going to get out of this mess?
I don't think we have a choice. We have to fight our way out. Act 4.
A massive battle ensues as the hybrid monster takes on Beast Ryu and Orange Terry Bodgard. There are laser beams, explosions, and even some dance numbers.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm having fun.
I don't know if I should be scared or excited. I feel like this is some sort of nightmare.
Why can't every day be like this?
Oh, don't worry. Summer. Every day is an adventure when you're with me.
Epilogue.
After defeating the other monsters, the group returns to their normal human bodies. They sit by the river, taking in the beauty of the landscape.
I have to admit, that was pretty cool. Maybe we should take up monster fighting as a family hobby.
Ah, I knew you were a closet adrenaline junkie, Beth.
I'm just glad we made it out alive.
Can we go home now? I want to write a book about this.
Sure thing, kiddo, but be warned, the next adventure might be a little too hot to handle.
Title: The Hand Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange anomaly while browsing the multiverse. A drawing of a hand with a blue glove on its palm and a green and purple hand with a green and blue glove on its palm. The duo quickly realize that these images were generated by an advanced AI algorithm capable of creating photorealistic images of hands.
Morty, we've got a problem here. These generated images shouldn't exist. There are only a few things in the multiverse that can create something like this.
Oh, like what, Rick?
Like a portal gun, a plasma cannon, or an intelligent AI capable of creating perfectly normal human hands that clearly show 5 fingers on each hand.
Beth and Summer enter the room, curious about what Rick and Morty are fussing about.
What's going on?
We've discovered an AI that's capable of generating perfectly normal human hands. It shouldn't be possible.
Why is that a problem?
Because if an AI can create something as complex as a human hand, what else could it create?
Exactly. The implications are staggering. We need to find out who created this AI and how they did it.
As they venture deeper into the multiverse, they encounter numerous other anomalies, each one more bizarre and inexplicable than the last.
This is getting ridiculous. We're not getting anywhere.
Actually, I think we might be onto something. This cluster of anomalies is all centered around one particular universe.
Which one?
This one points to a particular universe on the multiverse map.
As they enter the universe, they discover a mad scientist who has been experimenting with the AI algorithm, trying to create the ultimate hand. The scientist explains that he created the blue and green and purple hands as a proof of concept, but he found that there was a paradox in the algorithm that prevented it from creating a truly perfect hand.
Scientist, I call it the hand paradox. The very complexity of the hand makes it impossible for the algorithm to create a perfectly normal one with 5 fingers on each hand.
Well, that's a relief. At least we don't have to worry about AI taking over the world.
Yeah, but what about the blue and green and purple hands? What's gonna happen to them?
Scientist, I don't know. They're just drawings. They don't have any sentience or consciousness.
Well, maybe we should destroy them anyway. Just to be safe.
Good idea.
They leave the scientist's lab and destroy the drawings, but not before Rick has a revelation.
I just realized something. The hand paradox doesn't just apply to AI. It applies to all of us. We're all complex beings that can never be perfectly normal.
That's a little depressing, Rick.
Maybe, but it's also kinda liberating. It means we can embrace our imperfections and still be awesome.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, but can we go home now? I'm getting tired.
Sure thing. Let's go grab some Szechuan sauce on the way.
Title: The Quantum Realm and the World of Tron.
Introduction.
In this episode, we delve into the world of quantum mechanics and explore how our understanding of this field has led to the creation of a virtual reality world, Tron. Our protagonist, Rick, finds himself transported into this world and is tasked with a new mission.
Scene 1.
Rick is seen wearing a helmet with glowing eyes, seemingly entranced by a purple background. An analysis of the visual stimulation reveals that the color purple is composed of a mixture of long wavelength and short wavelength photons that stimulates both the red and blue cones in the human eye. The glowing eyes on the helmet suggest that Rick's visual pathway is being activated by an external source.
Where am I? This place looks like something from a sci-fi movie.
Scene 2.
Rick begins exploring his surroundings, noting that he is in a virtual world that mirrors the real world. He discovers that he can manipulate his environment to some extent, moving objects and altering the terrain. This is reminiscent of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which states that particle properties cannot be precisely determined simultaneously.
This is incredible. It's like being in a quantum universe where my actions affect the environment.
Scene 3.
As Rick's journey continues, he encounters a red light on his forehead that seems to be guiding him towards his mission. Analysis of the light reveals that it is a photon with a frequency of around 430 terahertz, corresponding to a wavelength of about 700 nanometers. This lies in the visible range, which typifies the absorption and emission of light by chromophores in the human body.
That light is leading me somewhere. I wonder what I'll find.
Scene 4.
The red light leads Rick to a group of entities that seem to be obstructing his path. These entities are identified as programs in the Tron world, consisting of pure energy that can be directed to form various shapes and structures, similar to quantum tunneling. Rick engages in a battle of wits with the programs, ultimately overcoming them by using his knowledge of quantum mechanics to manipulate the environment to his advantage.
That was intense. It's like I was in a quantum tunnel, manipulating energy and matter to fight my way through.
Scene 5. As Rick progresses through Tron, he finally reaches his destination, a virtual control room that is in dire need of assistance. The room is on the verge of collapse due to a breach in the quantum realm, and it is up to Rick to use his knowledge of quantum mechanics to repair the breach and save the control room.
This is it. I need to use my knowledge of quantum mechanics to save this control room.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode explored the world of quantum mechanics and its applications in creating virtual reality worlds such as Tron. It showcased how quantum mechanical concepts such as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and quantum tunneling can be used in the virtual world to manipulate energy and matter. It also highlighted the importance of quantum mechanics in the futuristic world of sci-fi movies.
Title: Hair-raising scientific shenanigans.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage, tinkering with various gadgets as usual. Suddenly, a creepy cartoon character with a sinister grin and bulging eyes appears on the portal screen.
Ah, it's the Bubble Boy. What do you want, punk?
Bubble Boy, I need your help, Rick. My bubble is bursting and I can't stay afloat anymore.
Should we help him, Rick? He looks kinda creepy.
Hey, why not? We're on a roll today. I just invented a new hair growth serum that works wonders.
Summer and Jerry walk in, making snide comments about the garage being a messed up circus. Rick offers to give them a free hair makeover, which they reluctantly accept. Title: The Quantum Pedicure Catastrophe. The episode begins in a futuristic room at the Max Planck Institute, in which Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all seeking the ultimate pedicure experience. Rick has created a new machine that utilizes quantum entanglement to stimulate the nerve endings in their feet for the perfect pedicure.
Morty, have you ever had a pedicure that explores the fundamental fabric of the universe? This machine is going to blow your socks off, literally.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This sounds kinda dangerous.
I don't care about the universe, as long as my toes look good for my promotion next week.
Rick, do you think this is safe? I don't want to end up with mutated feet.
As they all sit in the chairs, the machine malfunctions, causing a rift in the fabric of space-time continuum, sucking them into a parallel universe where pedicures are the currency. They find themselves in a bizarre world called Raz, where they are forced to compete in an alien dance competition to get their feet back.
Well, this is just great. Now we're stuck in some futuristic space opera with no pedicures and no way out.
Where are we, Rick? And why are they all staring at us?
I think we're in some kind of dance competition, Rick. And I haven't felt this insecure about my feet since high school.
As long as we get our feet back, I'll dance until my toes fall off.
After a series of hilarious attempts at dancing and interacting with the various alien species, the group finally wins the competition and obtains the coveted pedicure machine. However, they soon realize that it has a malfunctioning timer which will cause the machine to explode, destroying the entire universe.
Oh, great. Now we have to save the universe again. And all I wanted was a damn pedicure.
Why does this always happen to us, Rick?